going out every day, you have different circumstances. Weather changes, you got different groups of people. Tournaments change frequently, so it's keeping it fresh. Every day is a new day on the water for me. Seeing the sunrise is awesome every morning, you know, when we do have sun, so just seeing that's like, I know why I'm here. I've been doing this for 30 years as a charter captain. Been fishing probably about 35 or 36 years as far as trolling, but 30 years as a captain. It was the fish, the boat, it was the whole scene, you know. When I was out with my dad in the late 70s, we'd be pulling in our boat. We had like a 19-foot boat, and we'd be going by the guys who were just returning from coho salmon fishing trips, you know, the charter boat guys. And we'd see, you know, these coho, nice silver coho salmon being lined up, people taking pictures. So I used to see those cohos lined up from the guys, and it was like, I kind of want to do that. You know, it'd be cool to catch these fish and take people out. Trait that really drives me is to want to succeed, you know, do better than the other guys, you know, 9 out of 10 days. So I think that really drives me. It drives me to fish harder. It drives me to try new techniques, stick with it. So I think it's really, for me, it's competition. You know, having happy customers day in and day out is a really good thing. You know, having a lot of smiles, having people catch fish and feel like they had a successful day on the water. I mean, you know, they're great memories. I consider myself a pretty aggressive fisherman. You know, deploy rods quick, get as many rods in as fast as you can. You catch a fish, try and redeploy rods, but not make it a competition where people don't enjoy it or they're feeling hurried. Techniques have definitely changed from, you know, 25 or 30 years ago with the, you know, the planer boards. A lot of electronics have changed. You know, the fish hawk has really helped fishermen. So those are a few examples. The chart plotters and the, you know, the whole technology thing has really helped everybody's game. But at the end of the day, it's still fishing. I mean, it's still a lot of basic things. Finding fish, staying on fish, and getting those fish to bite. Really basic things. I like salmon and trout fishing the best. Lake trout fishing's fun. You know, they're a trout species. King salmon up on Lake Ontario, challenging fish, very challenging lake. It's deep water. When you find deep water, cold water, you know, every little wind change makes the water change, which makes the fish change. So I think that for me is more of a challenge. You know, trying to deal with conditions, changing conditions, staying on fish, and then catching the fish ultimately. I think for me, I fish the best when I'm really organized. I got my gear labeled. I got my tackle boxes refined where all my baits are. I've got everything set up where I know if I got a hot bait, I know where to get it. I'm a terrible fisherman when my boat's a mess and I can't find things. So for me, part of my success, or what makes me a better angler, is mentally just being prepared and organized day in and day out.
Pete's one of the young guys that he don't forget. He remembers every little thing, and he'll pick your brain. I'm honored to have him as my friend.
When I tie up for the last time, what is next?
What's next?
Probably hanging out with the grandkids an awful lot, I guess. And hopefully maybe doing some writing. Kind of into the photography and video thing a little bit, so those few things pique my interest right now. So when the last knot is done and over with, look for me there.
What's your favorite thing to do with your dad?
The nicest thing about fishing with my dad is that I know he's one of the, you know, more experienced, and that I can always get the right answers and I can always learn. And he always lets me get better and, you know, lets me do stuff. And I don't have to pay for the boat or for the gas or any of the equipment. So it's like a free ride and I get to learn a little bit. So, yeah.
You gotta love a free ride. And everybody wants a free ride.
Don't even start. That was not a good way to start the afternoon.
But a lot of good times. I think people are looking forward to getting back out onto the water. And we hope that everything we're doing here today helps you get excited. That was something we were talking about in the break, is like This makes us want to go fishing.
I know, I'm kind of pumped. Like, let's go.
We're sitting here talking fishing today and talking lots of gear and lots of great stuff. And speaking of gear and great stuff, we're going to bring in Rob Belmore. Rob's ready to go. The show, Rob. Welcome to welcome to the virtual Great Lakes Fishing Show. Appreciate you coming on.
Well, I appreciate the offer. It's a long winter. I'm excited to start talking about fishing and getting the boats out and doing what we do best.
One quick thing before you go, Rob. A couple questions just popped in on will each segment be recorded? And the answer is yes. Everything is recorded, so people will be able to go back and watch things that they miss on Facebook and on YouTube also. So you can watch at your leisure.
Yeah.
So with that, Michigan Stinger has a long history, Rob. I thought it would be cool to just maybe walk us through that history a little bit. I mean, it's a storied brand. It's popular on every one of the lakes. I kind of throw it at you, I guess.
Yeah, well, thank you. It's kind of funny. Right now, I'm sitting in the basement of my house, and this used to be our workshop. When my parents started the business, I was painting, and Terry was painting after his day job, 8 feet from where I sit right now. So when it started way back over 40 years ago, it was a hobby. Terry joked he was always said he was too cheap to buy equipment, so he wanted to make his own, because back then it was cheaper to make it than it was to buy it. And a few pounds of a hammer with another buddy, and they designed Stinger spoons. Now here we are, 40 plus years later, and we're a staple of Great Lakes trolling spoons.
Yeah, that's super cool. I'm sure he was all ventilation approved and everything in the early days.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that paint never affected you, Rob. I know that.
No, especially when you could have lead-based paints.
Yeah. Right. So how times have changed, right?
Oh, it's crazy. Lots of changes, but I'm really excited about the new changes coming our way also. We sold to Gibbs Delta a year ago, and their view and vision is really exciting because they have 100 years of experience on their side out on the West Coast, and seeing what they have, what they think, what they bring to the table really changes the way we feel about it now. I thought 40 years of the industry growing up when I was a kid, Stinger being made in the basement, it was just a great fishing lure. But the other ideas and innovations and thought processes, across the country is changing the way I feel about it now already. It's really incredible.
Yeah, that was a question I had actually written down in my notes was, we do things a certain way in the Great Lakes, and they do things a certain way on the West Coast, in the Pacific Northwest, in BC, different fisheries, obviously. What has it been like to get some of the, like you say, they've been in business 100 years. Well, I mean, what's it been like to kind of get some of that input, and, how do the styles contrast, and how are they similar? And, what can we learn from them? That's kind of the fun thing I think about fishing in other places in the country or the world is like, okay, well, what can I learn there and bring it back home and apply it, to our home fisheries, basically.
I think that's the biggest contrast. Their patterns appear to us to be a bit more generic, and not to sound negative about it. They work out there, and they have been for several years, but the custom aspect of the Great Lakes market has really changed how we do our own business here locally. And I don't think they've really experienced that out there. And it makes me wonder if it's even really necessary as much as it is. You know, everybody wants the next latest, greatest 36 new patterns every season right now. But with what everybody's already done, they've proven out there that it's not completely necessary. You know, stick to your meat and potatoes type product, and it works day in, day out. And I have a feeling if they start doing more custom items like we do here out west, it could explode into something completely different, but I still don't believe that's necessary.
Yeah, I mean, I've wondered that. So, you know, I'm over here on Superior, basically, right? And even between Superior and Michigan, I mean, I think most guys that fish on Lake Michigan that would take a trip to Superior would say, you guys are pretty old school. You know, I mean, I know guys that have one color spoon and it's silver, and if they get crazy one day, they might run gold. You know, I mean, it's so. I mean, I know guys. There's still guys out there that do it. So I mean, I've definitely. I mean, you know, maybe it's not as good for tackle business. I'm not sure, but I've definitely had that thought. It's like, well, what would happen if we just ran a silver spoon, you know, every day for the next, you know, 50, 60 days, you know, type thing. Not. I mean, we've proven otherwise, but it's just kind of.
Well, it would work, and it doesn't seem like it was that long ago when tournaments started happening all around Lake Michigan, and especially when guys from Frankfurt would head over to Sturgeon Bay and the other side of the lake and fish tournaments, and they'd come back and say, wow, it's really barbaric over there. and now it doesn't seem to be that way at all. You know, everybody's I'm on the same page, and that's happened in just the last half a dozen years.
Yeah, that's like my PVC. So Chris is from Wisconsin, lives in River Falls, Wisconsin. So we were talking about it last night off air, and I said, yeah, that's one thing you see. I mean, you'll still see some PVC rod holders over in Wisconsin. And what do you say? It's the Wisconsin good enough? Is that
Yeah, a lot of guys just kind of they make their own stuff. It's homemade stuff, and whatever works is what works.
Whatever works, yeah.
And that's you know that's the way we roll over there. Sometimes is hey, if we can make it back in the back of the barn, it's good enough.
and that's the point of the whole story is even going back to the Gibbs thing and how they've been doing it different on the West Coast for so long. It does work.
Right. Yeah, there's more than one way to skin the cat, you know, or skin the salmon in this case. So
for sure. Yeah, we're already getting some questions. This is a question that we've asked a lot of people over the last 4 or 5 hours, but you know, things were very different last year and how everything worked out, and with getting everything you need to make your product. How do things look for you guys this year as we're going into kind of year 2 of this whole COVID thing, and how life has changed and people are getting out and going fishing, and it's really kind of put a lot of stress on people just getting enough product out there. What are you guys looking at for this year?
Well, number one thing I'm looking at is getting hair coloring because I've gotten a lot more gray. The stress level has gone through the roof. Shops, distributors, everybody across the border has just completely gone crazy ordering product, and they want to have their pegs filled, which is what we want most also. But I've never experienced anything like we have going on right now. And we're trying the best we can, and having Gibbs on board now, we are allowed to order much heavier, much sooner than we've ever been able to. You know, their number one priority is make sure you have product to build product. And so that's our goal. I've never had so many parts and pieces sitting in my shop this time of year to make sure we have product to deliver than we've ever had.
Yeah, actually, I want to circle back to a question that Trevor asked earlier based on what you just said, is that, you know, you guys came into a partnership with Gibbs Delta, and you just talked about there is giving you a little bit of flexibility when it comes to buying. What are the other advantages? What else did you gain as someone who runs this company by coming into that partnership?
I think my biggest gain is the ability of them to bring to the table what they have between knowledge, horsepower, ability to buy more inventory, stock more than we ever have, and more importantly, the knowledge. You know, the guys up there have been doing it for a very, very long time, and being interested in still learning so we can continue to grow has been critical. You know, we're rebranding the product, coming up with a new logo. We've got new items coming out. I've got a new flasher sitting here next to me that we'll have sometime this summer. It all depends how the spring goes and we get through production. But their ability and knowledge that they bring to the table has been invaluable already, and it's only a year into the partnership.
Tell us a little bit about that, Rob. We haven't talked product yet, so tell us a little bit about the product line for people who are just getting started, getting introduced into this. What do you guys offer? What should they be looking for from your company?
Well, right now, a couple things that have been changing is, you know, we've had over 5,000 different SKUs between silver, gold, copper, on 4 different sizes of spoons in over 500 patterns. We're going to streamline that process a bit, make sure we're more efficient too, so the shops can get their product instead of waiting and developing items. So, but the newest one is a flasher that I personally worked on for over 2 years. I didn't expect it to look like a shoe insole, but it
Could be worse.
And so between it's a 9-inch flasher. Nobody offers a 9-inch flasher. This is a 3D printed prototype. And what I've done is taken bits and pieces over the shape of the flasher, changed it, Water Wolf video, watch the action. And now we have a product that does not do what all the other products do. Even though they catch fish, we wanted to do something a little bit different. So they're, instead of the predictable circle, this new flasher actually slaps down, slow roll back up, slap down, slow roll back up, and it still keeps the predictable 2.5 foot-ish circle that it does. But when it comes back up so slow, it pauses the fly, meat rig, whatever you're running behind it. So it actually looks like a really stunned bait and gives the fish an extra opportunity to grab a bite because it's just paused there. So it gives it a good yank, stop, good yank, stop. And I'm really excited about it because, like I said, it's taken me 2 years to figure out what pieces go where and how to do this. And I've learned a lot more about what a flasher does and how to make it work than I ever have before.
Yeah, it's definitely a unique design. I can just tell from what you're showing there, and I can only imagine what it looks like in the hand. But I think when a lot of people think of Stinger, they think of spoons. Tell us about what you've got going on there in the spoon world this year.
Okay. Yeah. Well, the spoons, you know, have always had the lightweight, speed forgiving action. And I always have a whole bunch of colors sitting on hold, you know, waiting for new releases. And so we do have some of those coming up. And we're experimenting more with UV, transparent UV, or moon jelly, as they say out west. Glows, especially, you know, super glows like Moonshine and other companies are using, trying to figure out how to get that smooth surface. So the progression in the spoon industry is still ongoing, but we've always had the brown trout steelhead type spoons, even though the Stingray size for kings have taken off for, I don't know, quite some time. And then still really focusing on the walleye market, on the scorpions in the Lake Erie side, Saginaw Bay side, and trying to develop the people's mindset to start using them in inland lakes for walleye. I use them here on Lake Charlevoix. You know, I don't need to stick to a crawler harness or a body bait. So open water trolling with our scorpion size spoons for walleye is something we're still focusing on marketing towards the inland angler.
Very cool. Tell us about what else are you guys excited about as we go into 2021 and people start getting their boat rigged up?
Our new rebranding the Stinger name, giving it a new fresh logo, bringing that out front, because everybody knows the older Stinger logo. And so we're trying to start the whole new year out fresh, wanting to keep the same impression that we left with the anglers in the past, but try to focus on marketing and impressing the angler. We've always got to impress them first. If they don't buy the product, that doesn't go in the water, doesn't catch fish. And so that's I want to say it's a battle. It's not really a battle. It sells itself. But trying to make it better, always just trying to make it better. And I can't give out too many secrets yet.
That's good. It's tough to do that when you can barely keep up with what you already have, and then let alone start talking about the next thing. One of the things I was going to kind of give you a hard time about is Stinger, and I'm going to go back, old name, Michigan Stinger, right?
Sure. Yep. Did
Michigan Stinger become so popular on Lake Erie and Lake Ontario and everywhere else? Considering that it had Michigan in the name, that was the one that always kind of made me chuckle. It's like, all of a sudden this becomes a super popular spoon on Lake Ontario, even though it's the Michigan Stinger, So
and the reason it became Michigan Stinger was when Terry started the company with his old partner. There was a spoon company on Lake Ontario called Stinger. We found that out after the fact. So we gave it Michigan Stinger, but now that company's gone, we're dropping Michigan from it, so it doesn't regionalize us so bad.
Right. And that makes sense.
Robbie, you're talking about trimming the product line a little bit. If people want to see the product line, though, where's the best place for them to go and check out what you guys are offering, what you have for product out there?
That is still in the works, but it will all be on gibbsdelta.com. There's going to be they've already got their website. We've got tabs built. We just need to get it uploaded. And one of the best parts is that we finally have catalog images again. We haven't had them in quite some time. It seemed like every time we wanted to start a catalog, we need to get 2,000 pictures made, edited, 15,000 catalogs printed. And by the time that happened, it took 6 weeks. We had 15 to 20 new colors and the catalog was already outdated. So Gibbs has taken the approach of let's get the stuff in the catalog. And when we come out with new stuff, we'll do insert sheets and get it added, but we need a new listing and new pictures. So that's on its way. I don't have a timeline for it yet, but it is coming.
One of probably the most common question that I have people want to know when we talk to lure manufacturers like yourself, or what is your favorite lure? If you're going to go out and I say, Rob, you can only use 2 lures, what are you taking out on the boat with you? What's your favorite?
Blue Dolphin and Natural Born Killer. Blue Dolphin, Natural Born Killer. That's all I need.
Says the guy that has 5,000 SKUs.
Well, the problem is I don't get to fish enough. I'm busy making the product so everybody else can. So perhaps I would change if I got to fish a little more.
Right. Does the new attractor, does it have a name yet?
It does not.
Does not. Really?
I've offered pizza parties to Gibbs Delta and in-house to somebody that comes up with a name for it yet.
There it is.
Yeah.
Pizza party.
Yeah, he didn't offer that to us.
Come on, Chris, help me out here.
Yeah. I'll do a lot for pizza.
I was just going to say, Chris can eat some pizza.
You get a lot of work out of me for some pizza.
Yeah, in 2 years, I can't believe how difficult it is to name a product.
Well,
you're trying to be fair. You're trying to not offend anybody in these days. Trying to come up with something that fits is not as easy as it used to be.
Yeah. I'm sure when it good things come to those who wait, and I'm sure when you're going to be driving, you'll be driving down the road somewhere. And I actually did this. Can't say what it was, but I actually wrote a name on my steering wheel one time, in ink on the steering wheel, and but it was boom, it was there. So
it'll come to you.
Yeah, it comes. it comes.
It looks like Facebook Nation is coming up with a couple ideas for you too. So you might want to check out the comments as they scroll on. And none of them are Dr. Scholl's, but
That's a good thing.
they'll work out for you. So, Rob, is there something that you wanted to talk about today that we didn't ask you about?
I don't think so. You know, we've covered it really well. More importantly, I just want to make sure everybody's patient. There's a lot of changes going on. The business growth has been exponential. And so just patience. We're doing the absolute best we can, and we're making changes to make it even better. And I appreciate everybody that supports us, believes in us, and has got us to where we are. I can't be more thankful for our customers.
Well, you've got a very loyal customer base, and whenever I talk to people around that, you know, you're one of the top ones that people talk about when they say, I need to have this on my boat. So I think you guys have built up a great loyal base of people who are there for you and want to purchase your products, and are certainly more than happy to kind of share your name and point people in the right direction when they're looking for something.
No, we appreciate it.
Well, Rob, thanks so much for coming on the show. Really appreciate you jumping on with us, and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
You too. Thank you, guys. And Trevor, I can't
Thanks,
wait to get the X4D mounted on the boat when it goes in the water in a few weeks.
Yeah, that sounds like I'll have to come fish, because that sounds like it's gonna be a nice rig. So
The offer's on the table anytime.
all right, appreciate it, man.
Awesome. That was Rob Belmore from Stinger Lures, and kind of the big deal with them and Gibbs Delta, that
Absolutely.
partnership coming on. And right now we're sitting here and we're waiting for the next guest, and they're not in the green room. So again, folks, if you guys are coming on the show and you're watching, if you can jump into the green room a little bit early, maybe 10, 15 minutes early, that would be very much appreciated. So then at least we know that you're on there. But it gives us a few minutes, I guess, to talk about what we've got happening. And we would love it if, for you guys who are watching, and a lot of you already are doing it and you're commenting, but if you have any kind of questions for any of our presenters, feel free to pop on there. And what we're going to do is, we've got a swag package. We've got a hat and a fish towel and a bunch of stickers that we're willing to send out to the best question for each segment. So whenever somebody's on, if you got a question for them, feel free to pop on there and ask a few questions, and we will ask them to the presenter as long as we've got time. Sometimes the presenter comes on and they've got a ton to talk about, and we don't get quite get to all of it. But if you've got a question, feel free to pop on. And with our guest kind of ghosting us right now, maybe we can get back to him later. Let's do a little fish hawk talk. I mean, this is something that
I knew we were gonna. I knew this was gonna happen. That I would be. That I get on the. I'd get on the hot seat. So now I get to. I get to be on the other side of it.
I knew that I'd have you sitting next to me, so there was no way for you to not show up, because you're sitting right here. So that's kind of the good thing with having this guy stand next to me, is we can bring him on whenever we want, and whenever we want is right now. So let's talk a little fish hawk right now, Trevor.
Sure.
Tell us a little bit about the product line here going into 2021.
Yeah, so this is, 21 for us as a company is a strange year, like it is for, a lot of companies, obviously, for everything else that's going on. So the product line itself is actually remaining the same. We've got the three main systems, the X2, the X4, the X4D with the depth and the Bluetooth. So we got the three systems and the TD. So that stuff is staying the same. We did introduce some new screen covers last year. We got those to market late last year, and those screen covers are coming standard with the systems now. And that's a protective rubber faceplate for travel, for basically for storage. Those do come included with the systems now, but that's really the only change systems wise for this year. The changes. I guess the other thing that continues to really drive business is the integration that we did with Canon downriggers last year,
right.
The Canon Optimums. That project continues to generate a lot of excitement. some of Chris Molina and when he was talking about the Lowrance and Navico products, he hit the nail on the head in that, the marine electronics world right now is about integration and being able to, the multifunction displays, trying to put as much information at your fingertips or at your eyes, I guess in this case, as possible. And that's continued to be a really fun project. And it was actually a super fun project to work on from the standpoint that, we're a small company, and to work with somebody that has the resources that they have available, that was very different for me. Was that, you've got a dedicated team of engineers and things like that. So that was very nice. It was like a luxury for me to work with that. The other, kind of the other thing that goes with that is it taught me a lot about the process, and that, there's a reason those companies are as successful as they are. And that's because they have a strong commitment to these processes. So I don't want to get too far in the weeds on that whole thing. That's kind of more business, manufacturing related, whatever. But I guess the net result of that is that product has really done well, and it's generated a lot of interest, and it's also generating some business and some new markets for us, which for us is really a lifeline and lifeblood. For us is to start bringing in some new customers to the Fish-Hawk brand. So that's been fun. And then,
with all that the new business, new customers, new people getting involved, it's created some growing pains and some things that are happening. So what do you got going on for this year?
That's what I was going to say, and just going to kind of roll right into that, where most of the changes that are happening this year are actually happening behind the scenes. We've added staff, which has actually been a challenge in the COVID world, finding people, to come in, whatever. So that's where it starts. It starts with our people. And we're fortunate to have a very, very good crew. We've always had a good crew, and now it's just, we've got a bigger, good crew. So most of our people are long-term people, been with us. I've owned the company for 11 years, and, turnover is very low, I'll put it that way. So we've had we've got a really good staff here, and we're adding to that. Along with that, that's allowed us to increase production as far as our actual production quantities go. So we've been able to do that. We actually, just like Rob and Shane and other people have been talking about across the categories, we were actually able to go back and at least order the components where we're going to build probably double the number of units this year than what we had planned on a year ago. So we've been able to do that. That's not a faucet. That doesn't just turn on and all of a sudden the product comes out. The moves that we made in late last year, will start to kind of pay dividends for us in May and June this year, when we'll actually be able to turn that into finished product. But the lead times on a lot of those electrical components are very long. And we were concerned about, maybe not being able to get all the parts we need, because unfortunately, if one part isn't available, well, the whole thing might as well not be available at that point. Right. So fortunately that looks good, and inventory wise, we're doing fine right now. But as a small company, every unit we sell, every unit we put in the field, that's it creates more service work, and that's not a bad thing. But there's three of us here that basically do that customer interaction between our longtime customer service lead, Karen, Steve, and myself. There's three of us that are doing most of that. So what we've had to do is we've had to really embrace technology, and the technology is out there. We just have to learn how to use it. So a lot of that's behind the scenes stuff. It's not glamorous or fancy or things like that. And it's stuff that we have to kind of learn over time. But what it allows us to do is, as we continue to get new customers and have more questions and things like that, it allows us to respond to them in the same same manner that we were able to when we were a much smaller company. If that makes
Sure. Yeah.
Makes sense. So just trying to keep up with that demand. You know, the Great Lakes fishing season is short. I mean, we have a 4-month season.
Mhm.
So you got Memorial Day weekend when probably 80% of the people in the Great Lakes shake their boat down. You know, the phone is very busy on
that Tuesday.
on that Monday, on that Tuesday. You know,
Yeah.
so that's what we're trying to do is put the technology in place internally so we can keep up with that demand and continue to kind of deliver that same level of service that we expect from ourselves. And honestly, you know, I think that our best marketing tool over the last decade has been, you know, service and just being able, you know, things happen.
Mhm.
You know, we try to have the best product we can, but you know, the reality is when you're on the water, things happen, and we want to make sure that we're able to provide the service for that. So
very cool. You guys have integrated live chat in so people can access you that way.
Yep.
But I think probably the question that we get most, and you haven't addressed it yet because you're kind of talking about everything that's going on within the company, but people who are new to this whole thing want to know how it works and like what are the differences between the units.
Sure.
So if we can go through some of that stuff, I've got the website here kind of pulled up, and
so go over to the info bar. So we've tried to really, that's one thing we've done this year is we've tried to make some changes to the site, specifically to make it very mobile friendly. You know, we've got about 70% of the people that view our website are viewing it from a phone. You know,
Mm-hmm.
they're viewing it mobilely. So we've tried to do some things to really make that getting that information very easy. And this is kind of one of the first places that we point people at. And this is just a simple chart that shows what each model does. And it's starting with the TD, the handheld device that you can lower down, and it's going to show you the temperature every 5 feet. And it also has a mode called the max depth mode, which is very useful for finding like the running depth of your divers and lead core lines, copper lines, weighted steel lines. So there's an application for that. Moving on to that, you've got the Fishhawk X2, which is our newest unit. We introduced that a couple of years ago. One of the things that we see when we introduce a new product is it seems like it takes a couple of years for that product to really gain traction. And I attribute that to, I think that it's a lot of our sales they're one-to-one. They're,
Mm-hmm.
you know, maybe you have one on your boat and I'm going to fish with you and I see it and I see how it works firsthand. Firsthand experience is our best, salesperson, so to speak. So that's what we're seeing with the X2 right now is that's a portable system, and you can use it with a downrigger like the other systems, but you can also use it without a downrigger. And that's what's really kind of unfolding right now. We designed the without a downrigger part. We designed specifically for like walleye fishing, where maybe you don't need a downrigger, but you still face the same battle you have with currents and trying to find the right water temperature and things like that. So that's where the X2 came from, and that continues to gain in popularity. And then you've got the X4 and the X4D with the Bluetooth. The X4 is, the unit that we started with, which gives you your surface temp speed, down temp speed. And then the X4D does the same thing, adds probe depth, the actual probe depth based on water pressure. And then it also has the Bluetooth functionality, and that's the unit that is compatible with the new Canon Optimums that came out last year. So that's kind of the high level view of the line, but we would steer people to that screen, to that feature chart there. It's just a place to start, and when you're potentially looking at a Fishhawk. So
we got a couple questions, and this one's one that's pretty popular, and I know that you guys have been working on a bunch of videos. Any recommendations for maintaining the probe, oil and paddle wheel, etc.? What are kind of your best ideas for maintaining the probe?
Actually, just replying to the guest that we're missing right now, just that time zone thing.
All right.
Just hang on just a second.
This is a live show, folks.
This is live. We're winging it. Bear with me.
Sometimes things happen, and that's exactly what we're doing. Is we're just kind of going as we go, and hoping that we can put on a pretty good show here and get everybody on when they need to go. But everything is kind of on the fly today.
Yeah, it's all good. Danny, no worries, Danny. We'll get you in here. Not a big deal. So probe maintenance, that was the question, right? Biggest thing, 100%, is loosen the cap at the end of the day. No matter what we do, batteries and moisture are not buddies. Okay, so the biggest thing that you can do from a maintenance perspective is to loosen up that cap at the end of the day. Let that natural condensation, it's got you start out with the warm, humid air up top, and then you're going to go ice cold when you send her down 100 feet or whatever. That's the number one thing. Let that condensation out, and that's going to eliminate a whole host of issues. Don't really need any lubrication on the paddle wheel itself. Very little lubrication on the O-rings, just a light wipe, and that's maybe a once a year type thing. But again, if you do nothing but just open that cap up at the end of each day, that's going to prevent a lot of issues down the road.
All right. Yep. Another question here was on the TD. Battery life on the TD, how long does it last?
So it's got an internal battery that we mold over, meaning we can't service it. It can't be replaced. But the shelf life of that battery is 20 years. And the rough math on it is if you used it 200 times per year, you would still be getting about 7+ years of use out of it. So we've been building that product for 10 years, and very few have. I don't know that I've ever seen one where the battery has legitimately died. Something else may have gone wrong with it. But battery life has not been an issue with that over the last decade. So.
Captain Andy Bliss has been on our podcast, and he's watching today, and he wants to know if there's any work being done on the ability to run multiple probes.
We get this question a lot, and once upon a time, Fishhawk did have multiple probes. This was back in the early '80s. But our kind of feeling on that particular one is it forces us to make some concessions on how we handle the data and what shows on it. So the answer is not right now, and that's just because if we do that with the multiple probes, it's going to impact us performance wise in other areas. So we would rather have one really true set of data than we'd rather do one thing well than two things kind of okay, if that makes sense, Andy.
Yeah, well, speaking of data, here's another question that you get often is Scott Obarzanek, is there an ability to adjust the X2 display when the probe is at the surface to match it up to your speed over ground?
Yep, you can go ahead and calibrate that, and you can, it's just a matter of you press the buttons until the number flashes that you want to change, and then you can go up and use the arrow keys to move that up or down. That being said, Scott, the one thing that we really encourage people to run at factory settings, and the only reason we do that is because it's very easy to go in and press a bunch of numbers and then things start to not look right. And so when I say run at factory settings, the thing that I always tell people is it's just a number. It doesn't matter if the number is 2 miles an hour or 200 miles per hour. What matters is where you're catching fish and getting back to that number, where you're catching fish. So that's how we view that. But yes, you certainly can go in and make those adjustments if you wish.
Very cool. Well, our next guest is available, is in the waiting room. But before we go to him, I just want to give you one more chance for something you want to talk about before we change gears here.
I have a feeling I'm going to be back again at some point throughout the day, So I have that feeling. So no, nothing I can think of other than the fact there is one thing actually. So we've updated our troubleshooting section within the website, and we did that. So we added a bunch of videos. They're short, 2-3 minute videos, and if you go into the service support over there on the upper right. You go into that troubleshooting, again, a simple table, and then there's links to the videos within that table. Those are designed so that if you're on the water and you have an issue of some kind, you can go in, reference that table, and those are all the most common things. And we tried to put a video up there, a short one that you'd be able to watch on your phone while you're on the water, just to help you kind of diagnose that. So that's one thing that I'll point out at this time. And like I say, I have a feeling I'll be back here at some point this afternoon. So
And like what I like about it, like you said, is just they're short videos.
They're short.
Nothing worse than going to a how-to video that's 25 minutes.
No,
long.
you see my ugly mug and monotone voice, and you only have to suffer through it for like 2 or 3 minutes, and then it's like, well, most of the time you'll know the answer after that 2 or 3 minutes.
Well, we've made Mark Romanek suffer through the last 5 minutes. He's been in the green room waiting, and let's bring Mark on.
Hello, guys.
We're good.
I'm looking forward to this. This is kind of fun. I'm not used to this kind of technology. This is kind of neat for an old school guy like me.
Neither are we.
I can tell you right now, I like pointing the finger at you rather than him pointing the finger at me. So I feel really a lot better than I did like 30 seconds ago. So
Well, it makes you feel better. I got Jake over here in the wings, and if anything goes wrong, he's going to rush in and make everything go right.
okay, cool. Cool. Well, thanks for coming on. And real quick, tell us about the trip you just came back from.
Well, we were in the White River in Arkansas, and those people who haven't had a chance to go down there, it is really kind of something special. The Bull Shoal Dam holds back the water from the White River, and when they open the dam, literally the river floods with water. And believe it or not, that rising water is when these trout bite. We caught some beautiful brown trout, absolutely beautiful fish. So it's going to make a very nice show for the 2022 season of Fishing 411.
Cool. That's not your normal show, though, Mark. You guys do a lot of stuff in boats and trolling and running around. So what was that like to go out and do that thing compared to maybe your typical Great Lakes show?
It's much different. I mean, when Jake and I are on the Great Lakes, we're in our comfort zone. And when we're fishing there, we feel very confident that everything that's going on, we understand what's going on. And if things aren't going good, we know how to adapt to make things go better. Quite frankly, on the White River, I was fish out of water. Not only is this a different kind of fishing, but the current is flowing 5 miles an hour. The boat is drifting at 5 miles an hour. So you see a target you want to throw to, and before you can get the cast out there, you've already drifted past it. It's very challenging, but I adapted to it. It took a couple of days to get to the point where I could catch some fish. And I think when people see the show, they're going to like it, but it is definitely outside my comfort zone.
The good news is you were fishing the first week of March.
Oh, well, that is a very good thing. And, after the debacle of COVID in 2020, we made a commitment that we were going to start filming earlier than ever before. Normally, we start fishing about the 1st of April, and because that's when we can get on the water here in the Great Lakes. But we decided we were going to go places in the South. We were going to get some shows in the can so that we wouldn't be stuck in that situation of having to fish all the way up to the buzzer, literally, to get 13 shows done.
Right. Oh, I know it's always a challenge. Let's talk some precision trolling here.
Okay.
So much of I just referenced the question before, the whole, the repeatability part of whether it's speed or depth in your case. It's a huge part of our fisheries. And you guys were really one of the pioneers in really bringing that to the forefront, and really your correct me if I'm wrong, but your message hasn't changed a whole lot for a long time, and that is what precision trolling does, correct?
That is correct. And quite frankly, you're right, Trevor. We haven't changed at all. I mean, the bottom line is that if you don't know where your gear is running in the water column, you're fishing blind. If you do know where your gear is running in the water column and you've got a sonar unit and you're marking fish, then you can get your gear dialed in right to the same depth where the fish are. You put your gear where the fish are at, you're going to catch more fish. And I think everybody agrees with this premise. And this is why precision trolling data works so well, is because it puts your gear in front of fish. And if you do that, you're going to be a happy camper at the end of the day. That's really what it boils down to. We create the science that allows people to control their gear, and nobody else does it. I mean, we're the only ones that go in the water and actually get wet and actually look at lures underwater. We're the only people who have ever done it in history.
And I was hoping we'd be able to talk about that. I don't know what part of that process is proprietary or not, but I was hoping you'd be able to actually shed some light on that process, because you guys put in like some heavy duty man hours into gathering that data.
Well, and it's not really all that proprietary, because we've been talking about how we do this for years. We actually consider it to be a selling tool. Essentially what we're doing is we're trolling things in open water, and then we're controlling the variables. We're controlling the lead length, we're controlling the line diameter, we're controlling our speed. And then what we're trying to do is steer that lure past a scuba diver that's positioned in the water. Now, as we go by the scuba diver, he descends in the water, swims down, he sees the line in the water, and then he's looking for the lure. And when the lure goes past the story pole, or a measuring tape in this case, he actually is visually reading it off the story pole. And so then he pops back up to the surface and he shouts out what that number is. So I know the bait went that deep on that lead length with that line type or line diameter. And we jot that piece of data down. And then we go and do it again with a different lead length and another and another and another. And you referenced this time consuming. It's ridiculously time consuming. I can't tell you how much of my life has been spent over the last 25 years on the water testing things for precision trolling data.
Yeah, and well, maybe it's job security, because every year there's a new, the new crop of crankbaits and whatever. I mean, so it's kind of like it's a never ending job.
Well, we thought that at some point we would catch up and we would be in a position where we would have most of the stuff tested, but that clearly doesn't happen. In a typical year, there are about 100 new lures introduced. We can't even test 100 lures in a year, so we're going behind every single year in terms of what we can test and what we never get around to testing. So these days, in the old days, we used to test anything we could lay our hands on. These days, we're very specific at what we're testing. We only want to test the things that our customers are writing us and telling us, hey, this is a new lure I'm having success with. I'd really like to have more information on it. And those are the things we test. As a result, that works out very well. Our customers are happy about that, and it rings the cash register, because I don't make any money on precision trolling data on the app until someone actually buys one of those pieces of data. So it's pointless for me to test XYZ lure if nobody's actually fishing XYZ lure.
What is the transition from paper to digital, paper to app, basically? Because the book was the original product, right?
The book was the original product, and that got us off the ground, and that was very successful for a lot of years. But the bottom line, unfortunately, is a book cannot be added to. Once you publish a book, you're living with what is in the book. And we would print enough books to last for 2 years. The reason we printed so many is to keep the cost down. In printing, the more you print, the cheaper they are. And so we would print about 2 years worth of books, which meant that I was testing for 2 years, but people weren't seeing any of that data until the next generation or the next edition of the book came out. So thank goodness technology has made all that not necessary anymore, because apps can be updated very, very quickly. And through the benefit of an app, I can test a bait on a Monday, upload that information to Apple or Google, and literally people are seeing that within a week from the time we test it. They're actually using that data. And that's pretty phenomenal when you think about considering how we did it in the old days.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Mark, tell us a little bit about what are some of the success stories? What do people tell you when you obviously in the last year we haven't done a lot of shows, but before that you're pretty active on the show circuit. People can walk up to you and talk to you and ask you questions. What are kind of some of the things that people say to you about what they do with precision trolling data?
Well, I think this goes back a long ways. The title that we used, the Troller's Bible, we didn't come up with that. That was something that our customers kind of, a slogan that they sort of handed us on a silver platter. And we take that very seriously. There's a lot of very adept trollers out there who won't even put a lure in the water unless we test it and give them the data for it. Why? They have no confidence in that lure if they don't know where it's running in the water column. And without us testing it and giving it our thumb of approval, so to speak, this lure will do this with this much line out, people simply won't test it, and or won't use it. And as a result, we've seen lots and lots of manufacturers begging us to test their products, because they know if we test it and it ends up in the app, people will buy it and use it. And so that's what created a bit of a problem, because there's more products out there to test them than we can absolutely test in a year. We never get to the end of the list of things that need to be tested. So that's why we're a little bit more selective these days, trying to pick the things that customers are excited about and testing the things that customers want to see.
Well, one of the things that we've been talking about a lot today is integration and how things talk to each other. And Marvin Marner from Facebook wants to know about integrating precision trolling data into fish finders such as Lowrance. Is that something that you're working on?
Well, actually, this is not new technology. This is something we started talking about and negotiating with Lowrance about 10 years ago. And the reason it hasn't come to fruition is because the sonar technology changes so rapidly. look at it. If you buy a new sonar unit today, you'll probably be updating it before you take it out of the package. That's how fast these updates come. And so there's no way to stay on top of all these updates. And so while it seems logical and simple that we can take our data and implement it into an app reader that shows on a sonar unit, it's not quite that simple because everybody's using different app readers. Everybody's have different brand sonars. So it's very complex. I'd like to say that I can snap my fingers and make this happen, but we've been negotiating with Lowrance for 10 years and haven't been able to make this happen, even though the technology is widely available. Getting it out there is a different story. It's not as high a priority with the sonar companies as it is with my customers or with me. But I'd like to think that someday you'll be able to get exactly your wish. You'll be able to turn on your sonar unit and see a nice big screen 12-inch version of precision trolling data. But for right now, that's a bit of a pipe dream.
Yeah, I think the other thing too is you look at how pervasive, mobile technology is. That's good and bad, but it's like, man, it sure is an easy button to pull it up on your phone. And like, I know your interface with, how it works with the wheel and the whole thing. I mean, it's, I don't know. I think it'd be hard to get a whole lot better than that, just from a user perspective. And that's just my own personal opinion. But.
Well, one of the things I do recommend to people about that is that if you want to see a bigger version of precision trolling, you don't necessarily have to just look at it on your phone. If you're an Android guy, of course, you can get yourself a tablet and you can upload it to a tablet. You don't pay any more for that. You can upload the information to any device that you have or you want. If you're an iPhone guy, of course, you can do the same thing with an iPad. And the beauty of that is that now you have a larger platform that you're looking at. So you can see the numbers better. You can see the adjustments on the picker wheels better. And you can see it in bright sunlight better than you can see on a telephone. And so that's one way that guys can do that. So don't forget, if you own the data, and if you buy the app, you own the data, you can upload it to whatever platform you want, as far as where you can upload it to a tablet or you can upload it to a phone. The only thing you can't do it to is you can't do it to a desktop computer. That's the only thing you can't upload it to.
We got another question here, Mark, and this is probably more your fishing 411 hat than your precision trolling hat, but a guy asking, does the optimum trolling speed change from March to September?
Yeah, and in fact, it's interesting because I was just thinking about this the other day. Trolling has changed so much in my lifetime. I can remember a time when nobody thought you could catch a walleye on a crankbait until the water temperature was 50 degrees or warmer. A lot of guys never even put crankbaits in the water until Memorial Day. We were done fishing at Labor Day. These days, now we know a little different than that. We know that you can catch fish year-round in any water temperature on a crankbait by trolling. The only thing you have to keep in mind is that you have to slow your speed down in cold water, and then you're going to have to also speed up your speed or speed up your presentation a little bit as the water warms up. So when we start fishing in the springtime, when we splash our boat here, hopefully within the next week or two, we'll be trolling 1.12, 1.5 might be as fast as we'll even consider going. But by the time we get into June and July, we're going to be trolling some of those same lures, 2, 2.2, 2.5, maybe pushing them towards 3 miles an hour. And so once you keep that in mind and understanding that in the spring when it's cold, you got to go slow. In the fall when it's cold, you got to go slow. In the summer, there's no rules here. You can go much faster in the summertime. You'll be very successful at managing your speed for trolling in open water. Oops.
Oh, now we're back to talking here. If somebody wants to get into the precision trolling game, they want to get started with it. How does somebody get started with precision trolling data?
Well, you can do it two ways. Obviously, you can put it on both platforms. You can either put it on an Android phone if you like, or you can put it on an iPhone if you like. But what I will remind people is that there's no such thing as a paid app that transfers platforms. So if you start out being an Android guy and then you decide you want to be an iPhone guy, you're going to have to buy the app twice. You can transfer it to as many like devices as you want. Like if you're an Android guy, you can transfer it every time you buy a new Android phone, but you cannot transfer the data from one platform to another. And we run into that quite a bit with people, and they get a little confused on that. So whatever phone platform you decide to be, that you want to use, that's the one you should stick with. And then you can upload the data. Every time we come up with new stuff, you can purchase new. If you want to buy a lifetime version, you'll never pay again. Every time we come up with an update, you'll get it absolutely free.
Very cool. We talked a little bit earlier on your trip to the White River, but you said, hey, we've got 13 shows to do. What do you got on your calendar this year? What's going on with Fishing 411? Where are you guys headed?
Well, we'll be in our comfort zone a lot this year, and we'll be doing things that we really appreciate. We love Great Lakes brown trout fishing. That's something that Jake loves. That's something I love. We're always going to new bodies of water to do that. And we'll be going to Lake Ontario, which is not a new body of water for us, but we're going to try and go to a place we've never been before. Rochester, New York, it's probably got the best brown trout fishing in the Great Lakes. We've been trying to get there and hit it for a couple of years, and the timing just hasn't worked out. But we're going to make it happen. If I have to camp out in Rochester for the month of April, we're going to make it happen. We got big brown trout and lots of them. And that's something we really want to capitalize on. The other thing, of course, we'll be doing is a lot of salmon fishing. We'll be doing salmon fishing in the springtime, and that'll happen in southern Lake Michigan. That'll also happen in Lake Ontario. And then we're also going to chase some cohos in Lake Michigan. And we're going to go up to Lake Superior, and we're going to do some trolling for brown trout in Lake Superior. There's some great brown trout fishing in Lake Superior that most people don't know about because they don't realize these fish are being stocked in Wisconsin, but they like to live in Michigan. So we're going to show you where you can catch them in Michigan waters, Lake Superior.
Yeah, I want to know that too.
Don't tell your friends. It's kind of a secret.
I'm going to request that you shoot some shows closer to Minnesota, so I don't have to drive up and over every time I want to follow you somewhere.
Well, we could make that happen. You're going to want to be a part of the one that we do in Superior because we're going to do a couple of different things. We're going to chase brown trout early in the season, close to shore, traditional methods. But we're also going to fish the scum lines in Lake Superior as well this year. And that's something a lot of people don't realize. There's a scum line bite in Lake Superior. Most people have no clue it's happening. And it's a mixed bag fishery. There's browns, there's cohos, there's wild king salmon, there's steelhead, and of course, lake trout, and more lake trout.
Cool.
If people want to see these shows, Mark, where is the best place for somebody to view what you guys have going on?
Well, everything that we've done in the past, of course, is on our YouTube channel. So just Fishing 411, if you Google that and look for the YouTube channel, you can see all the hundreds of shows we've produced in the past. But the new stuff, the stuff that's broadcasting on national broadcast television right now, is on the Sportsman's channel. It's also on World Fishing Network. If you're a Canadian, you can find us on Sportsman's Canada. That's a new network for us. And April 1, everything that we do for television gets uploaded to YouTube. So if you don't have any of those venues, you can watch us on YouTube absolutely free starting April 1.
People want to know more about precision trolling data. Where do they find that?
PrecisionTrollingData.com is our landing page, our webpage. If you go there, I think what you'll find is that when people ask questions, we actually respond to those people. And we have a whole team of folks that are every day looking at this, watching what questions are asking, trying to answer those questions to the best of our ability. I can't tell you how many precision trolling data questions I've answered at 11 o'clock at night while I've been, sitting in bed watching the evening news. We just never turn it off. It's something that we're always doing. We live this stuff.
Scott Obarzanek on Facebook wants to know if there's any chance you'll do a 411 show on the Thumb on Huron on the great mixed bag fishery there.
Actually, it's been in our wheelhouse for a while. We've been looking at that. We actually have some good contacts, some good friends over there that are fishing it. Brandon Stanton is the charter captain in Saginaw Bay that we respect a lot, has invited us to come over and do that. We're going to get that done. We just haven't gotten it done yet. But absolutely, that's something that we think would make a great show, a combination show that would catch walleyes, lake trout, and maybe even steelhead all in the same show. That'd be very cool.
That'd be really cool.
Now, speaking of that just kind of piqued some curiosity in my mind. How do you guys go about picking out what you're going to do for a show? How do you go about picking out the locations and where you're going to go to do these?
It's interesting because Jake and I bounce these ideas back and forth, and some of these things appeal to me, and some of those things appeal to Jake, and some of these things appeal to both of us. So we kind of typically like to go with things that are in our strengths, things that we both like to do, but occasionally we'll reach outside of that. But mostly what we're trying to do is we're trying to geographically reach as many parts of the country as we can. We can't shoot, it would be easy to shoot 13 shows on Lake Erie, but that's only going to appeal to the people who are interested in Lake Erie. So we try to spread it around. The last few years, we fished all 5 Great Lakes, at least one episode. And we're going to continue to try to keep that a milestone. So we're going to try and fish in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, obviously Michigan waters, Ontario. If they ever open the border again, we'll be back up there. There's some great fishing up there as well.
Does Jake actually ever win? So when Jake makes a suggestion, does he actually ever get his way or not?
It used to be I kind of had my way around here. They affectionately refer to me as the boss, but it's kind of funny. I don't get to make very many decisions, so I don't know how that works out in the real world. But
sometimes that's not bad,
No, we need a youthful feel to our show, and Jake brings that, and he brings it with a lot of enthusiasm. You're not going to find another person who is more into this than what Jake is. And so,
Yeah, I agree. That's very
yeah,
true.
we're all about that. So at my age, I'm just darn glad they include me.
All right, one more question just came in from Thomas Both. He wants to know how many hours of fishing time goes into an average show.
Well, it depends. We're pretty proud of the fact that if we're in our wheelhouse, if we're doing something we're really comfortable with and it's a good bite, most of our shows are shot in a day. And we roll into town, we shoot the show, and we roll out of town. I mean, we don't stick around and smell the roses. But if it's a tougher bite, it could take 2 days. Very commonly takes 2 days. And that could be dawn to dark 2 days in order to get that done. And we don't stop until we get everything we need. On a rare occasion, we have to, get into that third day to get a show. But that means the fishing really is bad. If it takes us 3 days to get a television show, it's because fishing or the weather is really impeding our ability to be successful. So 1 to 2 days is, in a perfect world, we get it done and we move on to the next shoot.
Well, thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Mark. Yep.
We appreciate you coming on. We're looking forward to talking to Jake here in a little bit. But we will see you again soon, and we're going to bring on our next guest, which is Captain Pete Alex.
One note. So Danny from Garmin, we had a little bit of confusion with the Eastern Time, Central Time thing here, since most of our guests are in Eastern Time. So anyways, Danny and I are going to switch spots. So Garmin is going to come on at the original Fishhawk time, which was 5:20 Eastern. Yeah. So Garmin will be back at 5:20 Eastern. So apologize to everybody for any confusion there. Again, we're winging her.
Yeah, we're winging it. This is a new frontier.
New frontier.
Speaking of new frontiers,
that was too easy. That was way too easy. Mr. Frontier himself.
Captain Pete Alex, and we've been running your video at the beginning of both segments, and it's a cool video, and thanks for coming on the show.
You're welcome. Trevor, that was a great piece you and Bill Linder put together. I appreciate it, and that'll be with me for a long time, and the grandkids and everybody else. So
I told Chris, it's when I watch it, it's like, man, I want to go fishing again. That was fun. we caught a lot of fish. That was a good. I mean, when fish get in the way of filming, that's a good problem to have. So
a good problem.
Yeah. So cool. We're gonna talk AFTCO today. Clothing. One of the things I think have a big trend in all fishing, but Great Lakes fishing in particular is, clothing has become gear. I mean, clothing is equipment now, where I don't think not that many years ago that really wasn't the case. So I guess I'll lead into it with that.
Yeah, I'd say over the last several years, it is very trendy now to have, the right apparel from that aspect, just from looking nice and maybe matching up with the Joneses have and all that. But, for me, it isn't so much about to look good or have the right apparel for appearance wise. It's really about performance. I'm on the water a lot, and when it's cold out, miserable out, snowing maybe, spitting rain, horizontal wind, all those nasty elements, it's about having the right gear on my boat to survive that day and be comfortable.
Yeah, and that's precisely where I was going with that. You can't fish effectively if you're not comfortable, and especially for somebody like me in a trailer boat. I mean, it's one thing if you can go hide in your little cubby there, Captain Pete, but it's another thing when you're going Ironman and you're out in the elements, baby.
Well, I think my cabin or what you just referred to, it's been referred to on my boat as the living room. So
yeah, I don't have a living room.
So it's not only about the foul weather gear, which I talked about, which is very important. It could be a long day on the back of a boat, an uncomfortable day if you're not properly dressed. Okay, but reverse it. Summer. It could be just the opposite during the summer months too. So AFTCO has a great lineup of clothing from summer months to the nasty times where you need the foul weather gear.
Yeah, maybe tell us a little bit. I've kind of got the list of the different items that you want to cover, but can you tell us anything about the company itself? For years I thought of AFCO as roller guides and rod butts and stuff in the saltwater market. When did their intro into clothing really start?
Well, great West Coast company. They started in business right around 1958. Milton Shedd started the company, or co-founded the company, I believe. And he was actually a co-founder for a few different things on the West Coast. And a lot of it surrounded conservation, the ecosystem. And one of the things about AFCO that's really neat, and one of the reasons I really like to be involved with AFCO, is they have a 10% pledge program. So the money that they make at the end of the year or throughout the year, they pledge 10% of the money that they make, and they put it back into a lot of very good programs to support the fisheries and the environment, specifically around water, whether it's Great Lakes or oceans.
Yeah, I remember when we were out shooting that, shooting that piece here. I guess that's the spring of 19 now. Wow, time flies. There was a tagging study that they were funding. Where is that an ongoing study? How has that progressed?
So I brought a handful of, basically props to help. And this program here was that GLATOS.
That's right.
Yep, was the GLATOS program, which was they participated in the tagging of Lake Erie walleyes specifically for research purposes. And they co-op with Fish USA company that year, and basically there was a $10,000 contribution made up in Erie, on behalf of Fish USA and AFCO specifically for that GLATOS program. So that was one great example of what they do, not just for making apparel or good fishing gear. It's what they help put back into the environment or to programs into the Great Lakes and ocean. Another program that they did is back when the whole COVID thing started, they basically had a buy one, give one free for, the gators. So if you bought one of these gators, basically they would provide one to a service like first responders at no charge. Another great example you do.
Cool. Yeah. That's definitely makes you feel good about being involved, and you've got companies that are going above and beyond. That's no question.
So for me,
here,
yeah, go ahead,
Captain. Let's talk about kind of some of the stuff that you were interested in talking about, and I'm assuming this is all stuff that you've been using. The Hydronaut insulated bibs and jacket. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. So this was probably one of the first few pieces of the AFCO apparel that I actually ordered and tried out myself. And this is their Hydronaut foul weather gear. It's an insulated coat, and it comes with the insulated bibs, and it has just a plethora of pretty cool features, and it incorporates very few zippers, which usually are an issue eventually. They freeze up, they stick. You got to grease them up sometimes. So what they've done, instead of having a lot of zippers with their apparel, is Velcro. They institute a lot of Velcro on their sleeves, down on their bibs, wherever they can squeeze Velcro in, including their pockets. They got rid of a lot of zippers and substituted Velcro, which is, your hands are freezing, you're cold. It's easy just to open this up and you're done, whether you want to loosen that coat up or tighten that coat up. Another great feature of their Hydronaut jacket is basically it's a dual sleeve here. Most coats have an outer sleeve which you can pinch down or tighten up. This one has basically an inner waterproof sleeve, again with some Velcro, where a lot of times when we're fishing, you're reaching up in the air and you get that trickle right down here. It goes right through most rain jackets, and it goes right down here, and it's just it's one of those moments. So what they did to help stop that is they created basically a second sleeve, which is built-in redundancy for this, and this inner sleeve, again, a Velcro. You can tighten that right up around your wrist, and you have your secondary sleeve on the outside, so you don't get that little trickle effect That's another one example. Cell phone pockets. They have an inner cell phone pocket inside this jacket, and I've pummeled this coat in a lot of rain, all day rain, and there's a nice little pocket on the inside of this coat right here. This one does have a zipper because it's internal, and a great test for me is saturation. This jacket is not saturated one bit for me, so you got that cell phone in here, you pull it out and it's all dewy and wet with a lot of rain gear. In this instant, it's bone dry. So again, a great test and great performing gear for me.
And there's that's I mean, guys are wearing that for ice fishing as well, right, Pete?
Yes, it's not meant for extreme cold, Trevor. It's more of that, let's say, early spring, late spring, more of a foul weather. When you start to get down into the 30s and beyond that, it's probably not the gear you want. It's more of a fall, spring type jacket.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I was thinking that when you're talking about that water trickling down. If you're a crappy ice fisherman like me, sometimes you got to reach down that hole and keep that fish from escaping on you. So that would come in handy right there.
You pretty much tighten that up and submerge your wrist down there, and you're going to get very little water inside your sleeve.
Well, tell us a little bit about this Reaper hoodie.
Reaper hoodie, that's probably my numero uno right now, which this has been out for a little while now, not very long, and so I'm wearing it today. It's basically a hoodie with a built-in, we'll call it like a turtleneck, which pulls up instantly. Right here.
Face mask.
Go right in. It's insulated. It's not super thin like you would, on your typical gaiters, which is thin, meant for summer or for UV or just rain block or wind block. This is an insulated part of this Reaper hoodie. Extends all the way up right here. Makes a great instant face shield. And to take that a step further, I'm a turtleneck guy, so usually I always wear turtlenecks that nasty time of year. One thing nice about this is, when it warms up and you want to lose part of this, you could lose this turtleneck aspect and hoodie all at once. Whereas you take your normal hoodie off, you're still stuck with a turtleneck on, unless you start disrobing on the boat. But great, this is an outstanding piece of apparel from AFTCO. I love it.
Well, we just got a comment here, a question, and it's a question after my own heart because, man, when you're my size, it's hard to find stuff. So John Miller wants to know when the big man Reaper is going to be out.
That's a good question. I would contact AFTCO direct on that.
Wow, talk about passing the buck there, Pete.
I love how many times these days do I walk out of the house and I don't have my mask and I pull up to the gas station or something and I'm out of business. So with that thing, it's always with me. I've always got it with me.
Right.
Well, let's talk about some other stuff. Let's talk about the long sleeve shirts. And again, I think you brought it up earlier. I think a lot of people think of this gear as hardcore gear, stuff we're going to wear in the wintertime to keep us warm. But in the summertime, it's super important as well to protect our skin, especially guys like you that are out all the time and keeping our skin healthy and protecting ourselves from the sun is a big deal. So tell us a little bit about this long sleeve shirt.
Right, they have a huge selection of, we'll call them performance shirts or performance jerseys. This is a Samurai, extremely popular long sleeve shirt for all the reasons you mentioned. It's meant to be worn during the summer, the hot months. That's just one example. They make the same shirt basically in a short sleeve option as well. And I'm going to talk to you a minute about probably another favorite item. And it's summertime. I wear shorts. Some fishermen don't wear shorts. I don't get it, but they wear jeans or lightweight pants even during the summer. But I turn to shorts. I used to wear a lot of cotton shorts or typical, go to this and that store and buy your typical shorts. But they make what they call the original shorts, just your plain Jane elastic waistband short here. And some of the huge features for me about these shorts is you can do this, you can throw them on the floor. They stay relatively wrinkle free. They're easy to deal with. If they get wet, they dry extremely quick. And probably the best feature for me is this pair of shorts here, and I usually don't show everybody my shorts, Trevor.
I was trying to think of some probably not that clever comment. So,
all right. Well, this is a pair of shorts. It's 2 seasons old, okay, and it's been worn a lot of times. And if you can look through, or your viewers can see this, you can see minimal staining on these shorts. I clean my own fish a lot of times, and you get a lot of bad, tough moments in the back of the boat, blood splattering, whatever. You can rinse these off, give them a good cleaning, hang them out to dry, and they look almost as good as when you bought them. So I love the original AFTCO shorts as well.
I thought you were gonna go. I haven't washed these shorts in a year. I'm like, I don't.
I can see this color, Trevor, right here.
I like it.
Make a variety of colors, but this color might be you.
I like that color. So you're getting some love on that on Facebook too. Scott Oversnack said stain resistance on the shorts is far better than anything else on the market he's tried. So there's some fans out there already. So
yeah, Scott's also asking. He says the Hydronaut is probably too heavy for summertime. What do you recommend for rain gear during the summer months?
Well, they came out recently with kind of a mid-weight rain gear. I don't know the exact name of it, but it's on the website. It's meant for that, we'll say, late spring and the summer months. It's not going to cook you on the boat, but it's going to repel water excellently and actually make an excellent windbreaker as well. They have a couple different products that you can view on the website.
And we got another great question. I don't know if you know this guy or not. His name's Rob Westcott. He wants to know who.
Champion. We'll call him Champ, okay?
yeah.
He wants to know who is the best dressed captain on the Great Lakes.
It's not him, okay?
Yeah,
that's a tough question. That's actually an excellent question. Who's in the Great Lakes? You got me, Trevor. In the Great Lakes. I don't get around the Great Lakes too often. Maybe Shane Rubianis. How about Shane Rubianis?
I was actually just gonna say Shane is not. I mean, he's the t-shirt and flip flop guy.
I was being sarcastic. I was up in
Ludington. Okay, good. Okay.
Just with him for a whole week. And he is not the best dressed charter boat captain on Lake.
Sorry, Shane. Much love. So.
Is there something?
I'm going to go this one more thing. Every good mate should have one of these too, Trevor. It's a German stainless steel blade, extremely sharp, and it sharpens very easy. But they've come out with these fillet knives kind of recently. Excellent fillet knives. They come with a very nice sheath as well. So
notice how he said, mate. These captain guys, they just say, "Here you go, you clean the fish." So I think that was directed at me. Here you go, you can do the cutting. I'm going home.
Sit in his living room.
Yeah.
So they just to talk a little bit more. I think Chris is wearing a hat. So let's talk about hats for a minute. They probably have more hats than Trevor has probes in the shop. So they make all kind of hats from beanie type hats, which are pretty cool. I got to reverse my thinking here. But they have a whole variety of hats from winter or foul weather hats to sunny sun visors. And
you definitely do not want that one.
This might look good on Chris right here.
There you go. That's the one for me.
Yeah.
But a whole variety of different hat apparel as well.
Yeah, they in all seriousness, they've got some really nice stuff and have really done a fantastic job with that product line over the last couple of years. I mean, it's everything they do is really seems to be first class stuff. So
it is. And like one of the things we mentioned earlier a little bit is the fact that they give back to, we'll say, the environment. They give back to the fishery, and they're very good at that. So for me, that's when it comes time to making the decision to buy this brand or that brand, with all things being equal or prices very similar, to me that wins my vote every time right there. The fact that they give back to the fishery, the environment, and the things that we all love here as anglers.
Yeah, I saw they just put out a pretty interesting piece, and they're kind of helping their fight against, the fight against Asian carp. They just put out another one kind of along those lines where, yeah, it's definitely interesting. And like you said, there's so many companies putting out so much good product now that those are difference makers, in this day and age.
And that Asian carp program that they have come out with recently is for anybody that buys an Asian carp T-shirt, they're going to donate $5 from the proceeds from that shirt back to that program to fight Asian carp.
Captain, is there a website you can point people to if they're looking for more information?
Really, just the AFTCO homepage or their home website. There's a lot of links to it, really about the company itself, the founder, what they do for the environment, the ecosystem, aside from the apparel. So it's a good read just to read more about that company out on the West Coast and what they do for not just the West Coast, but they're trickling and they're becoming more of a presence on the Great Lakes, which really involves you guys and myself.
We got a couple minutes left in your segment. You want to tell people about your charter program, kind of what you're up to if someone wanted to book a trip with you, and kind of what you do on the charter end of things.
Sure. That season's starting to creep up on me. It's about time to start to get boats ready. We're going to start here in Erie, Pennsylvania, with some trout fishing, lake trout and steelhead fishing here in April, and then I'm going to move up to Lake Ontario and to start targeting king salmon at the beginning of May, and that'll go until probably like the third week in June. And then in amongst all that, I'm going to bounce back and forth, get the 36 prepared for the walleye season on Lake Erie. And, then I start my back and forth from Lake Ontario to Lake Erie. And next thing I know, it's November.
What do you have for openings? Do you have some booking space available? And if you do, how do people get in touch with you there?
They can message me on Facebook. They can find me on the www.visionquestfishing.com website, or you can find my cell phone number, off that website as well. You can email me, text me, message me, and I'm good with all those. But I have a handful of dates left this spring in Lake Ontario, a handful of dates for walleye, and still have a fair amount of dates for the fall, the end of the year fall fishery up in Lake Ontario.
Well, hopefully we're traveling more freely here this year, and I'll come and take some of those dates off your hands. So
it'd be great to have you, and just want to give you guys kudos for the time, effort, and energy to put this event this weekend together for everybody.
Yeah, it's been fun, and we're learning as we go, man. So,
thank you, Pete. The rest of your weekend. You coming
out. See you guys.
Thanks, Pete.
All right, that was Captain Pete Alex. We've got Russell Gahagan about ready to come out here any moment, but let's do a little bit of housekeeping here as we go. And again, we want you guys to keep chiming in and providing those questions. It helps the show go along with some questions from you. So we're giving away the hat and the sticker package and the fishing cloth. So right now, our winner so far for the Fish Hawk segment is Thomas Both. For the Precision Trolling segment, it's going to be Marvin Marner. And for the AFTCO segment, it will be Scott Obarzanek. You guys can just send us a private message. Don't put it in the comments. Put it in a private message, your address, and we'll get those out early next week and get those gifts to you. But if you're on, please feel free to ask as many questions you'd like. And if we pick your question, you got a prize package coming to you. And speaking of prize packages, this is what I'm going to do. I'm speaking of, and then we bring the next guy in. So
I see.
You got it?
We're 5 hours in, and I'm finally figuring it out.
Seeing the trend?
Yeah.
All right. Here's our prize package. It's Russell Gahagan from Salmon Candy. Russell, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Awesome. We're appreciative of you coming on today.
We're surviving.
Yeah, no, I've been watching all day in the midst of spooling reels at the tackle store and taking care of customers, and it's been a lot of fun. It's 100% Crazyville right now. Almost every landing in Wisconsin is open, and people are they're just bonkers. I mean, they're running in the door and quickly getting their reels spooled and getting their rods rigged and getting some tackle bought and getting out the door because they want to go chase brown trout and get out on the water. So it looks like it's going to be a really, really fun year. and a really exciting year of fishing, as I think both Lake Ontario and Lake Michigan look to be really healthy and look to be full of fish.
Yeah. So the harbor's river's ice free right now. They're going in all over the place in Sheboygan.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a lot of the places, right? So Sheboygan's landing is open. Somebody busted it open. The harbor's open. Upriver, they're still fishing automatic fishermen and catching steelhead and browns. But guys are fishing out on the lake. South of us, Port Washington, Milwaukee is all wide open fishing. Racine, Kenosha, all the way down to, Portage, Indiana. I heard great reports of limit catches of cohos this morning for the guys down there.
Cool. It really can't come soon enough. It's been a long winter, and you're one of the most active participants on the show circuit each spring. So I know this has been a major adjustment, for you both on the retail side and all manufacturers are feeling it. So this is definitely, hopefully weather breaks and we won't get to go to shows, but we'll just go fish instead. So that's what we're all hoping for, I think.
Yeah, no, I'm super excited you guys did this and appreciative you've invited me on to participate in it. I think it's a great opportunity for people at home to enjoy basically a fishing show in their house, which is awesome. And yeah, I mean, I basically spent November through March for the last 8 to 10 years at shows all throughout the Midwest. And over even in New York and that. And, I enjoyed that. But it's, 5 days away each week and a lot of time with my family. So it's been an adjustment, to say the least. I think my kids are ready for me to get out on the water fishing too, because they haven't seen.
I was gonna say you probably got a chance to spend some time with them over the winter. So.
Oh yeah, we did a lot of family bonding, to say the least. So I don't know if that's it's a good thing, but I'm sure they might have different opinions.
Well, shows are all about products, and obviously that's why we're here. Let's talk about Salmon Candy. This is I'm gonna call it a newer brand. I don't know exactly how long this has been going on, so I'll throw that to you. So
yeah, no, absolutely, it's a great opportunity to talk about it. So I started Salmon Candy in 2013 in theory, and started just basically we were tying some flies, and there was a main idea there, which is the interchangeable fly system, which I'll show here in a minute. That is what kicked Salmon Candy off. And then, that was pretty much just a store brand. And to be honest with you, we didn't make a lot of product. I had one girl that was basically doing all the tying, and she'd make 300-400 flies and bring them in, and they'd be gone in a day or two. And, she'd bring 300-400 more in a couple weeks, and they'd be gone in a day or two. And that basically, continued from 2013 all the way to 2019. And then in the off season of 2019, I sort of made a decision that I think it was time to get this brand really rolling, as I could see how many people wanted to buy this stuff and we just didn't have it. So in 2020, last season, we really kicked it into high gear. We pumped out a lot of product as far as the flies went, and then really started pushing and promoting our 8-inch flashers. And that really took off. I mean, we sold product all throughout the Great Lakes, had a ton of success, not only making and selling the product, but just seeing our customer base grow rapidly and seeing how much success they were having on the product line. And that sort of takes us into this last fall, which I could see the writing on the wall with shows, obviously. And it's been tough, obviously, to sit home all winter, but what we've done is we've spent a ton of time producing stuff. And I can tell you we've made over 25,000 flies since September. We've produced over 15,000 8-inch flashers. We just opened up a spoon line and made 18,000 spoons in 5 weeks. And yeah, you heard me right. In 5 weeks, we made 18,000 spoons. So we spent the entire winter with 15 or 20 people basically working every day, just trying to produce as much product as we could to try to be as ready as possible for the summer. That's the good news. The bad news is we've sold it as fast as we can make it.
Yeah.
So I think we're in good shape. We have stuff, but, I honestly would be, to be 100% honest, I thought we'd be way, way further advanced in some back stock that we aren't. But We've made some changes in the store. Anybody that's been in the store lately knows I'm sitting inside of one of the 2 rooms right now. We've actually created 2 rooms for stock and for production, actually in the store of the product. And it's just crazy how advanced this thing has gone in the last 365 days.
Yeah, that's a question that Ron Winter asked. He kind of brought it up there, but he's saying, he loves the product, he loves what you guys are doing, but wholesalers, retailers, all out of stock. Where do you think that's going the rest of the year? I mean, you said you guys did a lot of work over the winter to build stuff, and it's already gone. What is your outlook like as guys really start putting boats in waters here?
Yeah, one of the things, Ron, is right on the head with, we were having trouble getting product from almost every manufacturer. And due to that, that was one of the big reasons last year that I made the push to produce more of the Salmon Candy stuff, was because we can control that. Now, obviously, we're so grateful that we've got a huge customer base, and the popularity has grown to the level it has with Salmon Candy. I would have never even expected it to grow as fast and as rapidly as it has. But the benefit for us here is that we're able to control the inventory instead of waiting for someone else. So we're doing a real good job of it. I'm really proud of the guys and gals that are working for us, and they're working really hard. I mean, some of them are working 14-hour days trying to make stuff, and I feel really good about it. I mean, we're probably sitting at 60% occupancy on the website right now for inventory, and we've got a pretty full store, and we just had our in-house last weekend. So we pumped out a lot of product out of this place last weekend, and the Salmon Candy wall here at the store still looks really good. So it is still a family-owned business type thing. So I know, like, we launched our spoons last week, and I've gotten a bunch of emails on questions just asking how fast they're going to get them, and it's taken up to a week to get some of those orders out the door. But when you get 1,100 orders in 3 days, there's going to be a little bit of lag time. And that's just, as Trevor knows, being a manufacturer himself, that's part of the deal when you have volume to that level.
Yeah, no, it's a good problem to have, and it's just we're in unprecedented times, and whether it's a fly or a fish hawk, everybody's trying to do the best they can to supply the demand that's there, because rest assured that nobody likes to not be able to ship something. That's like the least favorite thing for any of us. But let's talk product. If you got product on the table, or you can show, or rather.
Absolutely. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do right away.
Let's talk the fun stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about the interchangeable fly system and what it's all about real quick. So basically, the Salmon Candy fly is different than any other fly in the market that I'm aware of. And the reason that it's different is because you can put it on and off the leader at any time you want. So, I've got a leader here. You can see 24-inch leader, hook beads. And all you do to take it on and off is you just kind of pinch the tip of the leader like that a little bit, and you slide the fly body into that leader and go ahead and just pull it down. So there's your fly skirt on the leader. And this was actually an idea that my dad came up with about around 2013 when we started this. And his thought process there was that, he wanted to be able to quickly change fly colors without having to store hundreds and hundreds of pre-rigged flies. And it's a brilliant idea, and we've been running with it since 2013. The big advantage is an angler can keep a really nice storage box full of flies and leaders and have all that in one place instead of it being all over his boat. So I'll just show you here. We sell a fly kit. I quickly grabbed one that it isn't completely full, but you can kind of see there, that's a pretty reasonably sized box. We sell just a box as well, or we sell it full. But, that's a pretty small box of flies in the sense of what most guys probably have wrapped around pool noodles and different things like that over the years trying to store their flies. We make 16 colors of flies, trying to keep that to a minimum as well. There's a lot of manufacturers out there that are making, 200, 300, 400 colors. And it's not necessarily that I believe that, 300 or 400 colors won't work. It's just we're trying to keep it to somewhat of a minimum so that people don't get too confused. And that's really the biggest thing I'm trying to do with that Salmon Candy brand is I feel like at this point in my life, I'm an educator. You can see the sign behind me, Russell's Fishing Tech. That's my YouTube page. And I'm trying to make stuff that's ready to rock for fishermen so that the guys that go out once a weekend or once every other weekend or once a month have just as much of an advantage as the charter captain who goes out, 150 or 200 times a year.
That actually is that's actually what you just said right there is, so you've been, heavily involved with custom colors and things, for the last several years, but we got a question from Victor Rowcliffe on Facebook.
Sometimes it feels like Facebook.
His question is, what suggestion can you make regarding colors when matching a fly with a flasher?
Yep. So what I've found, Victor, is that I feel like the flasher is what draws them in. The fly is what they eat. So we don't vary a lot on the colors of flies, and that's why we're only making 16 colors. We keep that fly color very specific to stuff that we got confidence in. As far as the flasher goes, that's where we vary it a lot, because that's what I think is drawing the fish in from a lot further distance. We're obviously using a lot more attractive colors now, UVs, bright colors, things like that, to draw them in. But we don't want to get too crazy with the fly colors, in my opinion, because if you do, that's the end game. That's what they're actually biting. So, of course, we're making quite a bit of flies with UV. We tend to pair those up with chrome. And then we make a lot of the flies with that old material called Little Boy Blue that's been around for 20 plus years. And a lot of the flies that we have that have a lot of that Little Boy Blue, that kind of pearl finish to it, that's what we're matching up with a lot of our green flashers and white flashers.
Russell, another good question that we got. We talked to Rob Belmore from Stinger a little while ago, and I asked him what his 2 favorite spoons were, and someone wants to know what your favorite 2 spoons are. What's the top 2 picks if you were going to go out with 2 different spoons?
It would be a little bit species specific, but let's just assume everybody wants to talk about kings, which most people do. I would say a Wonder Bread type color, and here's sort of Salmon Candy's version of Wonder Bread. It's a little different. It's called Wonder Wolverine. Again, we're trying to do stuff a little bit different. We don't want to necessarily copy what everybody else is doing. And then after that, I would say a Two-Face, which is just basically, like a whiter glow color with green dots and black dots on it. To me, dots are a big deal. We sell a lot of dots, and dots produce fish. So that's been one of my favorites for sure.
Another question that we're getting from a couple different people, we've got a huge Canadian following, and they want to know where they can find this stuff in Canada.
Right now, it's only on the Salmon Candy website or the realshot.com. Those are the only 2 places online right now that you can get it. Otherwise, you can get it in both the Real Shot stores. Again, due to the fact that, we're making all this ourselves and we're trying to control the manufacturing and try and keep the supply up. The one thing I don't want to do is, work out a deal with a dealer or something and we can't supply them, because that, I know how that feels. I've been there. I am there. That's the worst possible situation for us. And we basically selling the stuff as fast as we can make it now. So it'd be foolish of us to do anybody else. So I know we're on somewhat of a time restraint. So what I'd like to do real quick is run through a few more products just to kind of show you guys what else we got. Good. So we make the flies, which is Salmon Candy's mainstay for sure. But then we came out with the 8-inch flasher a few years ago, and it's on an Opti blank, which is the same as like what Pro King uses. But obviously, as Trevor mentioned, my forte has been in tackle design for the last 20 years. So we've got a lot of colors and variations and things that nobody else has. And then we came out with the spoon last weekend, and I just want to show you that real quickly. With a really long story short, I like to troll slow, much slower than most guys. I like to troll 1.8 to 2.2 miles an hour, especially for kings. I feel like that catches a lot more big fish than that 2.5, 2.7 range. Problem with trolling spoons at that speed is a lot of the most popular brands out there, when you put a bunch of paint and tape on them, they're real heavy and they don't like to turn over at that slower speed. So what we did was we came out with a new spoon series, Magnum, Standard, and Minis, for browns, cohos, things like that. And it's a flutter spoon. It's a very lightweight spoon. It's about half the weight of a lot of the normal spoons on the market. The issue with the lightweight spoons are they're not very durable. So we had to do some testing to get this right. And if you watch, you can see me go ahead and bend that spoon in half and watch it just snap right back into place. This is an amazing thing that I worked over a year on and I'm very proud of. Like anything else, if you bend it enough all the way, it'll kink. But I'm very confident that it's much more durable than the average spoon on the market, and it's going to take a lot more flexibility than any other spoon that I've worked with, at least. So it's got a bigger speed range. It'll work from 1.8 all the way up to 3+ miles an hour. But yet I'm not worried about that 25-pound king smashing it and destroying it right off the bat. So I'm super, super excited about this product line. It blew up last weekend. As I mentioned, we did over 1,100 orders on our website. TRS, therealshot.com is selling a pile of them. We sold hundreds and hundreds of them in the store in the last 2 weeks. I mean, probably thousands, to be honest with you. And we're really excited about it. We got glow colors, we got silver colors, we got gold colors. And it's been a really great product. And then we got a couple other new products that are coming that I really haven't even hardly showed anybody, but I thought, shoot, what better time than now, right? So
hey, is this like a world premiere?
Let's break some news.
Yep, this is breaking news. I already saw a question or two about this. When is Salmon Candy going to make meat rigs? Well, we already are. We just haven't launched them yet. And there you go. That's a picture there of Salmon Candy, or a live image of Salmon Candy's meat rigs. We're going to do the 16 fly colors that we have, all in meat rigs. So we're going to use our teaser colors, high quality components, fluorocarbon, high quality hook, a diabolical meathead, which is my favorite meathead. And we're going to have those ready to go here probably in the next 30 days. And then we're also going to be launching a fish blade series of both a 10-inch and a 12-inch fish blade. We'll have that in most of our popular 8-inch flasher colors. This is a Megatron here, which has been a proven pattern for me. This is just a great blade. I tested it last year. It worked fantastic, and I'm really, really excited about it. So the growth potential for Salmon Candy is through the roof. It's something that, I'm proud that we've been able to develop this brand and these products in quality components, quality products. And the whole thought process behind it is just let weekend anglers get something very high quality in their hands that they can go out and fish with and catch fish without having to, guess which color to use or guess which size to use. Most of it's ready to go out of the package.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of retail wisdom right there. That's you know what I mean. I mean, it's because you're interacting with that customer, every day, and that's there's definitely you hear a lot of those type of questions. I guess one final thing I'll throw in there is nice job on Russell's Fishing Tech. You're building a really nice batch of content out there. And it seems like there's a lot of people tuning in to watch that as well. So,
yeah, a lot of the questions that we've gotten today, just basic fishing questions, are questions that you answer on your YouTube channel. So especially now, I think with so many people just getting into the sport and just getting into Great Lakes trolling, a lot of the basics, like you're doing a lot of that one-on-one stuff that everyone who's getting started has those questions, and you're answering them on your channel.
Yeah, I mean, Trevor knows my dad's been a charter captain for 42 years, and I grew up in this business. I grew up 2 blocks from the lake. I've spent most of my life on Lake Michigan, literally on it. And it's something I've been wanting to do. And again, kind of with the Salmon Candy thing, the no shows has actually opened up opportunities for me, and I'm glad and blessed that we've had those. I can't wait to get out on the water. I'm hoping to get out on either tomorrow or Monday maybe, and kind of get the on the water videos started for the year. But yeah, if you haven't been on YouTube and checked out my page, just go to Russell's Fishing Tech. We now, I think, have 50 plus videos, some on the water from last year, a lot of in the store, just doing anything from 101 all the way up to advanced. And all these Salmon Candy products that are already on the market are out there with great explanations of why we're making them the way we are and how they work.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Russell, for coming on the show. And I know you're a busy guy. I know things are busy in the store, so we appreciate you taking time today to visit with us.
Yeah, no, I all I can say, guys, is thank you very, very much for putting this together. I know just being involved in shows and tournaments and all those things, how much work all this stuff is. And I know that you guys got other things you could be doing. So hopefully everybody at home is enjoying it. And just thank you for having me on.
Appreciate it, Russell. Have a great rest of your weekend.
You too, guys.
That was Russell Gahagan, and our next guest already hanging out in the green room, already ready to go. And let's bring them on. It is Kevin Christensen and Mark Sims from Smooth Moves. Gentlemen, welcome to the virtual Great Lakes Fishing Show.
Hi guys, good afternoon.
So I'll share a story with you right out of the bat, and then you guys can go to your kind of prepared remarks. But I had a boat with the original Smooth Moves pedestals in there, and people would fight over those chairs, right? So the pedestals that didn't have them installed, no, they want that one, you know. So that was always the thing with my kids. They wanted to. I mean, they were So I'm sure you hear that a lot. So. Yeah, definitely a cool product, and we're based up here in Brainerd, Minnesota. You guys are another Minnesota-based company, right?
Yeah, I don't know how warm it is up there, but we're in the 50 degrees. It's almost t-shirt weather here.
Yeah, we were out earlier. It's pretty nice. So we're getting close. So.
Well, guys, we're a little town, like I said, Blooming Prairie, about 2,500. We have 4 employees that we put out our product with. So I'd like to introduce some of our products. The one I'm sitting on is our air suspension that we come out about 4 years ago. We've been in business since January of 2010 is when I started this business, or when I owned it. Brett King had it before me, and we traded a bus garage for it. So that's how yeah, I'm kind of a wheeler dealer, I guess. Anyway,
I like it. That's cool.
Here. And all you got to do is bring 12 volt to this one. It slides back and forth. It's got your slide in it. It's got your swivel. And then what we did is we put in an onboard compressor. So all you got to do to pump air into it is just push this button and let air out. You just pull the button out. So that's been a very good line. It really shines on the guys that are around that 280 to 300 pounds. Like you can just see how I just squashed it right there. But all I got to do is pump it back up and it'll lift me up. Mark is on our mechanical system there. That consists of 4 springs in a hydraulic dampener shock. And that also slides and it's adjustable for your weight and height adjustments built in that one.
And that's got the crank in the front there, right, Kevin?
Mark, you want to demonstrate how that all works?
With the Ultra system, you've got a round knob on the bottom of the seat and the handle in the center of the seat. The round knob is going to adjust your height up and down. We got about a 2-inch swing on that, so you can move it up and down and get yourself set properly in the boat. The handle in the middle is the setup so that you adjust the spring tension to your weight. We have a rotary dial here that's got numbering system on there so you know where you're at. The big thing about doing this is everybody weighs a little bit different. So if we get this knob set clockwise to your weight, you sit on that seat will compress about 1/4 to 1/2 of an inch. And if you got that set right, you sit down, she compress a little bit, and you got this ride right here. So with this seat is set up perfectly for the 2 seats. You got the driver's seat, he gets to leave his alone. Your fishing partner, he remembers to set it on his number, gets in, sets the seat, and he's ready to go. No adjustments, no needed after you got it set for yourself. Then we got maintenance that comes on our website at www.smoothmovesseats.com. Moves and seats are plural. So everything you need to know about this seat, that seat, the stuff we send you, how to assemble, how to operate, and how to use and how to maintain is all on there. So you can go on our website, watch them in action, pick your seat, get it ordered, and we'll get them in your boat for you for this year's season.
Do they fit pretty much every popular OEM seat out there now? As far what the boat manufacturers is there? I'm assuming there must be adjustment for pretty much everybody's footprint. I'm guessing.
What we come up with, guys, is we took and made our seat plate universal now, so it'll fit the 5.5 by 5.5 bolt pattern and the 5 by 12-inch bolt pattern like your captain's chairs would usually have. So that's why we come up with a different design there. Then the main thing, guys, is when you go to order your seats, you want to measure from the floor to the bottom of your seat cushion so we can dial into that height. We got several different options on how we can do that. We have our 4 3/4-inch pedestal, and then we got our 6-inch. Then we go to 8. Then we got what's becoming a little popular now, especially for you guys that are on the Great Lakes. We have a box set up. So it eliminates that pedestal and it lowers you down in the seat. That box is only 1.5 inches tall. It comes in 2 halves. 1 half bolts to the suspension, the other half bolts to the floor. And this is our own design on the heavy duty swivel. It's all built real heavy duty. And guys are really liking it because it eliminates any pedestal slop that you guys get out there.
Right. It reminds me of a downrigger swivel base, actually. I mean, it's kind of like a downrigger swivel base on steroids.
Yeah, it is. It is. We got it dialed in so we don't have any troubles with it anymore. So that's coming good. Then we still have our old setback plate that we had probably that was on them suspension with the old smooth moves where we moved them back 3.5 inches. Some guys, when they're built like me, need to be away from the steering wheel a little bit more. So we got to move your pedestal back 3.5 inches. And then we got, some guys got that round base on the boat at the bottom of their pedestal and it's got the square pattern. We got a plate here now that we can put a round pedestal in there.
So it seems like you've kind of probably seen every configuration out there and have already kind of worked out the you know, the necessary adapters or, you know, hole patterns to take care of everybody on it.
2010, January of 2010. So we're starting our 11th year right now. And if a guy has an issue, he can call me up and usually we can kind of figure something out.
Well, how's business?
Been real strong. You know, we're down last year at this, you know, we're just getting rolling and then COVID hit, of course, and that kind of screwed things up. But we bounced back quite a ways. This year we're having a banner year. Just like the person you had on before us, I see he's doing very, very well. And I think we're going to have a pretty good year.
Yeah, no, it's everything outdoor, but you know, with boat sales the way they are, certainly, you know, our business has followed that suit. Is there anything that you guys have noticed, you know, specific to the Great Lakes market? Any trends or anything that you guys have kind of picked up on recently with the boats or anything like that?
Well, I think one thing that you're seeing a little bit more of, and Kevin alliterated on this a little earlier, is we're seeing a lot more of those box systems go into the boats out there instead of the pedestal. With the bigger water and the bigger waves, they're a little more stable and don't have any pedestal slop or anything.
Okay, that makes sense. You've got some fans out there. Scott Barsneck says loves the product, saves my back and shoulders. So you're getting some love out there from the Facebook world. So
I love love.
love. Everyone loves love.
That's what the product is trying to do, is take that shock out of your knees, your back, your shoulders, your hips. If you got them set right, you're going to have a good day, and you're going to have another good day the next day because our seats got you through the first day with no back pains. So it makes your weekends a lot funner out on the water when you're not all beat up from the water.
Yeah, you'll need to check out the Facebook page afterwards, Paige, because you're getting a lot of love now. It keeps rolling in. So that's I know as a manufacturer that's gratifying. So congratulations.
Well, thank you.
Chris Vesters is asking just some clarification on this. This uses the existing seat on your boat?
Correct. You take everything out except your seat cushion. That's the only thing you'll use. You just take everything out down to the floor. It all comes in a kit and replaces everything except your seat cushion. That's why that measurement from the floor to the bottom of the seat is kind of crucial for us to get you the right suspension right away first time.
Gotcha.
So how easy or how difficult is this to install if someone already has a boat and they want to put these into their boat? I mean, what kind of time frame does it typically take to put a system like this into your boat?
Generally, the gentleman that's putting it in for the first time, it takes about a half hour. I've done a few, so I can do a 2.5 hour, but usually the first time out, it takes a guy about a half hour to install it.
So no problem at all. That's pretty easy to do.
Yeah.
And we got another question from Paul Phillips, and he's like one of my guys here. He wants to know if there's a weight limit for a big guy.
Guys, if my own personal preference, when you get to that 280 on up, you're going to want to go to our air suspension. I have a gentleman up in Lax Lake. He weighs over 500 pounds. He's 6'10", and he's just bought a second set for his new boat he got last fall. And he's been running them ever since we come out with them. He's had great luck with them. He just loves them. And he's 500. He used to play basketball. Then he got married and got heavy.
That's a big human being.
Yeah, that's what happens when we start eating our wife's cooking.
Yeah.
What's more popular? I mean, between the two models? What's the more popular of the two models at this point?
Still the mechanical one is the most popular.
Okay.
Because it's $100 cheaper. That one retails at $5.99. Their retails at $6.99. But guys, you guys that are up, you know, a little bit heavier than me on up, you guys need that air. You'll be way more happier with the air than you will the mechanical.
I'll definitely keep an eye on that. And when it's time for me to put that in my boat, I'm going with the air, baby.
Okay.
It's either go with the air or stop going to the buffet, and that's tough. It's tough.
It's easier to go.
Yeah. No, I really appreciate you guys for doing this. This has been a heck of a great deal for you guys. I know without the shows and stuff, it's hard to reach people.
We're learning. I mean, it's that's kind of the beauty of it is we've all figured out as manufacturers, you know, we're all figuring out different ways to communicate with people, and so it's been fun, and it's fun.
And I appreciate the viewers too. You know, I'm glad that you guys would come on and see our products, all the different vendors and stuff, and see our products, because it's hard getting out there all the time, especially with this COVID stuff.
Right.
For sure, Kevin. What's the life cycle on something like this? What can people expect as far as how long should this product last?
You know, guys, we was kind of first concerned about the rubber boot. We didn't know how long that was going to last. Well, we've had these out now for 7-8 years, and I can't think of a rubber boot that's been ruined by cracking or weather. Guys will put holes in them, you know, but other than that, as far as cracking, so that wasn't an issue. And I'd say we probably got 25,000 of these Ultras out there. And I could honestly say I probably warranted 75 of them where they actually broke. We had some thread issues on the tightening adjustment thing where the threads got kind of messed up there for a little bit. So that kind of brought that number up. But as far as breakage, they don't break. We've had some guys, when they break them, they really break them. They bust the welds on them and everything else. So I know they had to hit something awful hard. But
just say that sounds to me like they might be going a little fast for conditions in that type of situation. So
yeah, we probably had 10 of them come back where all the welds were busted inside of them and everything.
But I wasn't sitting there when that happened. So.
Guys, if people want to find out more about Smooth Moves, they want to find out about you or your company, what's the best way for them to reach you or to check it out?
You can either give us guys a call. Me or Mark will more than likely be answering the phone. And that's at 888-583-2701. Or go to our website. You can email us, and that's at smoothmoveseats.com. And you can it's Kevin at smoothmoveseats.com or Mark. Contact us through the emails. I try answering the phone as much as I can. It gets to be about 9 o'clock at night. I kind of quit answering it, but usually
I
know the feeling.
I love those types of companies, though, Kevin. That you know, someone can call up and talk to the owner or talk to the person who's in charge if they talk to Mark. But being a company like yours, it's that size where if you have a problem, you actually talk to somebody who knows about the product. And I find that too with Fishhawk too. It's great when I talk to people out in the world and they have a question or they have some type of concern. I can just say, hey, call here. There's 3 people here. They're all super knowledgeable and can help you. Like, it just makes the customer feel that much better about what they're doing and the company they're working with. So it's cool that you guys are another company like that.
Well, everybody's got a great product. You know, we got competitors. They all got great products. So the only way you can differentiate stuff is by price and by customer service. And anytime I buy something, I appreciate customer service, even if it costs me a couple bucks more. If the customer service is there, that's what I go for. And I'm real proud to say that our customer service is second to none. I mean, there ain't too many people that answer their phone on Easter Sundays and Easter afternoons. And I had a gentleman call me from Hawaii. It was 10 o'clock Hawaiian time, and it was 2:30 here in the morning. Well, you know what it's like getting a phone call at 2:30 in the morning. Something's wrong with the kids, you know. And that guy just didn't even know what to say. He just dumbfounded. You guys 24/7. I go, yeah, we got answering service 24/7.
Yeah, that's extreme customer service there.
You are committed, my friend. All right, Kevin Christensen, Mark Sims from Smooth Moves. We really appreciate you guys coming on and being part of this experiment with us today. Again, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks for watching, too, guys.
All right, take care.
Thanks, guys.
All right, so that's Mark and Kevin, and we'll do a little bit of housekeeping here before we bring in our next guest, who is going to be Jake Romanak. Will be joining us in just a second. He's in the green room. I see he's ready to go, but a couple of the prize packages. Victor Rowcliffe is the winner from the salmon candy segment, and we're going to give Paul Phillips, the Smooth Moves segment, the prize package there. Again, we want you guys to participate in the show, ask questions. Again, we're giving away the hat and the boat cloth there to wash off all the fish slime when you're out there in the sticker package. So you two guys just want to make sure you send us a private message here on Facebook with your address. We'll get that stuff out to you. And with that said, we're going to go to Jake Romanak, and I don't have anything real clever to say about Jake this time because he didn't give me enough ammo for that one. So.
I don't know. I mean, yeah.
You could say that I'm the Smooth Moves air kind of guy.
He is the Smooth Air
You know what?
guy. It's Jake
That's
Romanak.
right.
All right, now I can pick on him because, dude, you're young enough. There's no excuse. There's,
Hey,
air, just,
It is what it is.
one less taco. You're all right. So
How you guys doing?
we're good.
How are you?
Can't complain. Staying busy. Staying very busy.
Awesome. Well, we wanted to have you on today to talk a little offshore tackle with us and what's going on in the world of offshore tackle for 2021.
Well, it sounds like, what I do for a living is we have a television show, and so we represent Offshore Tackle as a company. So I don't work factory direct, but it sounds like they're extremely busy, just like it sounds like a lot of guys are right now. A lot of people participating in fishing, which is really cool to see. So the business has been really, really good. A lot of people new to trolling, which is really cool. So I thought I would just kind of do an overview of some of the products for Offshore Tackle and answer any questions if there's any questions.
Cool. That's perfect. We'll let you go on with your prepared remarks. I know I've got one question because I'll let you go first, and then we'll go from there. So
You got the stage.
Well, one of the first things is the biggest thing. It's the OR12, right? This is the Offshore Tackle planer board right here. Offshore has been around for a very long time. My dad got to help develop the original Offshore Tackle planer board before my time. So I don't know what year that was, but it's basically the premise of the planer board has stayed the same. The whole point of it is to take your lure out to the side. And in the Great Lakes, we're pretty blessed with getting to run multiple lines. So running 2 lines aside, 3 lines aside. I know a lot of charter captains that are running 6 lines aside or more, and they're doing that with a planer board, getting that line out to the side. So this is the OR12 planer board, and it comes with, right from the package, just like this, it comes with the OR19 release on the front, and then the OR16 release on the back. And this is pretty much the perfect way, if you're a monofilament fisherman, this is exactly how you'd want to run this board. I am a mono guy, so that's what I do the most is trolling mono, but I also troll braid. And a planer board is kind of like a pickup truck. Like if the board is your truck, there's a lot of different ways to soup it up. You can add a lot of different stuff on the board itself. So like here, I got a board that has an OR18 snapper release on the back. And then this release up here is called the Sam's Pro release. This is the way that you would fish it, in my opinion, the way that you would fish it if you're a braid fisherman. And the reason for that, between these 2 boards right here, is I like to release my planer board. So when the board is out to the side, I basically set the hook, just a little pop to the rod, and that board will swing all the way to the back of the boat, swing over top of my other lines, and I can fight that fish without having to clear any lines. To me, that's the perfect way to troll. And what I want to do is I want to be able to catch multiple fish at a time when I'm trolling, and being able to release the board, I don't have to change anything. I don't change my speed. I don't change my lead lengths. I don't have to pick up or move any rods. So by the time that one fish comes to the back of the boat, chances are I'm going to have 1 or 2 fish more. And that's how we get these doubles and triples. with the OR19 release, the way that we release our planer boards is you set your lure out, just like you would always set your lure out. Let's use 50 feet for instance. Maybe I'm fishing a crankbait. I put that lure out 50 feet. Then I take the actual line and I put a twist in the line. And we have YouTube videos out there and all types of information about that twist in the line. But you put that twist right in the OR19 release, and then you put the line clip to the back in the OR16 release and send it out to the side. All that twist does is just makes it easier to release your planer board. You give it that pop, and again, it comes out to the back of the boat without having to mess any of your other lines up. And then with the braid, we'd use the SAMS release to do exactly the same thing to release our planer board. And in this situation, you take the braided line and you wrap it around that SAMS Pro release. You clip it on there. You can use the OR18 release on the back, or you can use the OR16 release. It's really just personal preference at that point. But this is the two ways that I would rig my boards in just about any situation, from trout and salmon fishing to walleye fishing, pretty much everything in between.
That was, you actually hit my question right off the bat, and that was that SAMS Pro release, because is that a new feature for offshore this year? Is that brand new for them?
It's been around for a couple of years.
Okay.
The release itself is made by Silverhorde, and then we actually private label it through Offshore Tackle. So
yeah, actually, I was fishing with Russell Gahagan, several years ago, using that SAMS release, and kind of haven't gone back since for the braid. It's a pretty slick deal when you can just pop that rod and release that board so easily. So.
For sure. And Russell does a lot of salmon fishing. I think Russell was the first person to fish this release with an Offshore Tackle planer board. So he uses a lot of braid. And in my situation, about the only time that I use braided line is for trout and salmon fishing for my background, my leg quarters, and my coppers. And in that situation, then I use the Pro SAMS release. But I guess I'm a little bit old school as far as my walleye tactics go. It's hard to beat monofilament. I love the characteristics of mono, how easy it is to fish. So when it comes to walleye fishing, I'm pretty much primarily a monofilament fisherman.
Cool.
We got some questions coming in. Scott O'Barzanek's been watching all day long. He's always got great questions, and he wants to know if you've noticed a benefit with the SAMS Pro using the nut and bolt to attach it to the board versus a split ring. And he adds a note, he runs braid behind all of his lead core and copper.
That's a great question. The way that I have this particular board set up is bolted on. You can see the nut there, the nut over here, and it's just bolted on, which is a great way to run the board. Personally, I like to use a split ring, which I don't have a SAMS Pro with a split ring, but here's a bigger board. This is their SST Pro Mag. You can see the split ring on the arm itself. I prefer to run my SAMS Pro release just like this. Basically, take the OR16 off, put a SAMS Pro release on. And the reason I like that setup personally is because the way that the SAMS Pro releases is you wrap the line, let's see here, there you go. You wrap the line around this little plunger and then you close it. And so when the board's out to the side, you need this release kind of pointing at you for it to release smoothly. And I've just found that when it's on that split ring, it's more pointing towards you. When you pull tight on that line, the release kind of faces you and you get a nice clean release in that manner.
Here's kind of a similar question, Jake, from Curtis Douglas on Facebook. On the SST Pro Mag, so I'm decoding this because I don't have the model numbers memorized, but so that's the big board, right?
That's this one right here, yep.
So with the SAMS release on the front, I guess is there a preference between the 16 or the snapper on the for running braid on the rear of the board?
Honestly, I think it depends on how much you fish, if that's the right answer. I don't know if that's the right answer or not. If you fish a ton, the 18 is going to be your answer for you. It was a release that was designed from the start for braided line. This is the
that's what because he's running the braid under copper, so I would guess that would probably be the right answer for that one, would be running the snapper.
This release from the start with braid. The one issue with the 16s, it's not an issue, it's just the way that this release is made, is with the rubber pads. The OR16 has a pin inside there, and then there's rubber pads, and braid cuts into just about everything. So if you fish a ton, you're the type of guy that's fishing every single weekend, you're going to wear down those pads with braided line. So that's the reason for the OR18 originally. So it really depends. If you fish a few weekends out of the year and what came with the board was an OR16, you're probably going to fish 3 or 4 seasons before you're having an issue. But if you're fishing a ton, you need to upgrade to those OR18s.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
We'll get another question coming from YouTube this time. 20 Wave Master. He wants to know, what is the preferred stopper when running your planer board to prevent from sliding down and hitting the fish?
That's a good question. I think it's an old school way of rigging a planer board. The releasing method, I hear that a lot. People go, well, where does the board stop when it slides down the line? A lot of guys will run stoppers if they do that, but I actually do not release my board to slide down the line. All I do is release the front clip and it stays fixed to the line. So we'll pull this planer board out right here. Say that I have a 50-foot lead to my crankbait going out, then this planer board's hooked on and it's sent out to the side. When I release the board, and I talk about releasing, it's only coming off of this clip. So it pops off the front, but it still stays hooked to the back. Now, when everything swings to the back of the boat and I fight that fish up to the back of the boat, the board stays stuck to the line. It's not physically sliding down the line. So often you hear guys talk about the old school method where the board slides down, the board hits the fish and knocks the fish off. It's just a lot easier to keep this clip right on the line. The nice thing, if you're a walleye fisherman, is that it's easier to remember lead lengths in that situation too. So when you get to the board, you can look at your line counter reel, say, yep, that was 50 back. And so it's easier to duplicate that down the road. So I don't slide the board down the line. I keep it fixed straight to the line and then unhook it when it comes to the back of the boat. Another nice thing about that is that if you're fishing by yourself or you're fishing with one other guy, things are crazy and everyone's catching fish, it's really easy to unhook this board by yourself. You just reach up, grab it off the line, and then you can continue to keep fighting your fish.
Let's talk some weights before we run out of time. We've got some time yet, but I want to give us some time to talk about different methods of getting your bait to a specific depth on offshore. I know offshore has quite a few different ways of doing that, and certainly the snap weight style systems have been very, very popular in the last couple of years, especially on Lake Erie.
Right. So there's a lot of options for weights. My dad was on earlier talking about precision trolling. One of the things that I feel like I'm really excited about with precision trolling is what we call the 50+2 method. And what that is fishing crankbaits in combination with weight, and more specifically, the guppy weight or the snap weight from Offshore Tackle right here. A 2-ounce weight, 50 feet in front of the line, getting a crankbait that can't dive to that depth on its own, getting it deeper artificially by adding weight to it. And we've taken a presentation that a lot of tournament anglers have been doing for a very long time, and made it a little bit more mainstream as far as anybody can go out on the water, put a crankbait back 50 feet, put a 2-ounce snap weight on it, and know exactly where that bait is in the water column. The reason for 50 feet is we just talked to a lot of different anglers, and that seemed to be the number of which guys liked from across the board, not just Lake Erie, but pretty much everywhere that deep water walleye anglers target fish. So the snap weight is a great tool. The cool thing that I love about this snap weight is that it's kind of 2 tools in one. It can be used as a snap weight clipped to the line with the OR16 release, or the guppy weight itself can be fished as like an inline weight or like a keel weight, basically like 6 feet in front of your crawler harness. You can easily fish that guppy weight in that situation. So that's the snap weight. And then the other weight system that we use all the time is called the tadpole. And there's a bunch of different sizes. This is the number 3. This would be the Magnum. So these are for our real guys that are trying to get super deep. That's where this is at. For most walleye applications, we use the number 1 and the number 2 tadpole right here. And I got just a couple, these are called Add-A-Buzz, just a little bit extra attraction on there. And in this situation, we fish these a lot in front of like crawler harnesses. Maybe your harness is 6 foot long. And then the nice thing about a tadpole is that it has a dive curve more like a crankbait. When it's in the water, it's actually sitting like this. And when you catch a fish, you can see that snap, how it slides forward. Now it's no longer pulling. A lot of situations like a mini disc or a jet diver pulls really hard, kind of takes away from the fun of a fight of a walleye. In the situation with the tadpole, it dives deep, so there's a little bit resistance as it's diving, but when a fish bites, that snap slides forward, and then you have zero resistance anymore, and you get to actually fight that fish.
That's pretty cool. Tell us a little bit. People want to kind of, the whole point with putting the planer boards on is to build that big spread and be able to kind of get those lines out there. What are your kind of favorite tips for growing that spread with planer boards and keeping the tangles and the messes away? What are kind of some things that you can point to people if they want to try to kind of make their spread wider as they're out on the lake this year?
Well, the biggest premise of trolling is pretty much the same as far as when you're fishing multiple lines aside. The key is you want to keep your inside lines your deepest lines and your outside lines your highest lines. And the reason for that, we go back to releasing a planer board. You want that line to be able to go over top of all your other lines. I would recommend when you're getting into trolling, and there's a lot of people getting into trolling, to start off with 2 planer boards aside. That's going to be a really easy way to learn how to troll where you're not getting a lot of tangles and you're actually going to have fun catching fish. So often I see, like on Facebook, there you see guys with 6 boards aside. Honestly, that's like that's a whole separate thing, running that many lines aside. Those are normally situations where these guys spend a lot of time on the water and they have it right down to a science exactly how to fish that many lines aside. Most situations in a trolling application, I'm looking at probably 3-4 boards aside max for my own particular styles of fishing. A lot of times I just run 3 boards aside. But if you keep that premise of your inside lines are your deepest, your outside lines are your highest, you'll have very little tangles to deal with. One other quick tip on that, I guess, would be when you release a planer board, it kind of goes back to the big ski system, the big style planer boards. You want to give that fish enough time to swing to the back of the boat. If you release that planer board and start reeling right away, you'll reel that fish right into the other line. So if it's a big fish, it'll swing right to the back right away. If it's a little bit smaller walleye, it might take a couple seconds for that line to swing all the way to the back of the boat, and then you have a clear way to fight that fish at the back of the boat. So less is more when you're learning how to troll. Don't go out there and feel like you got to fish 30 rods out the side of the boat like a charter captain. Right now we're very blessed in the Great Lakes area for fishing. Fishing areas like Lake Erie, it's the best it's ever been. So running 4 lines, you're not going to have any problem catching a bunch of fish.
Well, speaking of that, you said big boards. Tell us a little bit. Rod Fortune wants to know, when salmon fishing, what advantage big board versus small board, and how do you kind of determine that?
Well, for salmon fishing, I think that there's a giant advantage to the small board. And by that, not necessarily, I meant like the big ski system, the big board, big ski system. Inline planer boards allow us to fish a lot of different water column for salmon fishing. And I use a lot of lead core line, copper line, weighted steel line. And the whole point of a weighted line system like that is it takes a lot of line, long ways out the back of the boat. We put it on a planer board and send it out to the side. Now, if you're fishing an inline board, I can run a 5-color, a 7-color, and a 10-color, basically fishing 30 to 55 feet down in the water column on one side of the boat. And I can easily do that with an inline board because I can release that board, send it all the way out to the side. Now, I see this a lot in Lake Ontario. I spent a lot of time in Lake Ontario. A lot of guys are using the big ski systems. And what they're doing is, let's say they use a 5-color of lead core. They'll run 3 5-colors on one side of the boat. Because the way that a big ski system works is that line slides down, it gets closer to the board, slides down your actual tether line. So it's hard to fish different depths with a big ski system for salmon. And so often we find ourselves fishing, 30 or 40 feet of the water column, trying to put a bunch of different stuff in that 30 or 40 feet of the water column. So an inline board, a smaller board, does a better job of spreading out our lures over a bigger depth of water.
Great answer. We had your dad on a little while ago. We were talking Fishing 411 TV with him. Let's chat about that a little bit with you. What are you looking forward to this year the most as far as getting out and doing some filming?
I'm looking forward to just fishing, man. I love to ice fish. You guys know it's one of my favorite things to do is ice fish. So I'm never afraid in the wintertime. I spend plenty of time out on the ice doing a ton of ice fishing. But I was down with my dad down in Arkansas here this last week, 60, 70 degree weather. And it kind of gave me a little bit of spring fever. So right now we're getting our boats rigged for this year. Both of my boat and my dad's boat are at Lakeside Motorsports right now in Mecosta getting batteries put in them. And then we're going to be putting Lowrance electronics on them, electric motors, and just getting them water ready. So hopefully in the next couple of weeks, we'll be ready to rock and roll. And I'm sure one of the first trips of the year will be down to Lake Erie because it looks like those boys are getting out and getting some fish.
Yeah, ice is starting to come off already, and we talked to Russell just a few moments before you came on. He was telling us that pretty much the harbors on Lake Michigan on the Wisconsin side are open, and they're getting out. So, what's the first trip? What's on the calendar?
Like I said, it's all about getting that first, getting the boat rigged right now. But I don't know. It'll be between going and see Russell over on that side of the lake, because I know that they have really good brown trout fishing over there. I know my dad really wants to do Rochester, New York. I think you've brought that up too, and that's high on our list of brown trout destinations. But if the dust settles and I had to pick one species of fish, unfortunately or fortunately, it's got to be walleye. So my heart's at Lake Erie right now. I want to be there and catch those fish before they spawn and get an opportunity to catch a big pre-spawn walleye.
Yeah, just seeing some of the ice picks that have come over the last few weeks. There's definitely been some big fish being caught right now.
Absolutely.
So if people want to find out more about Offshore Tackle and the offerings there, where's the best way for them to go to check that out?
Oh, there's a lot of options out there for that. You can go to the website, offshoretackle.com. Fishing 411 Television has worked so closely with Offshore over the years that our YouTube channel, that's one of the things we've done this winter, is with no sports shows, we put a lot more effort into our YouTube channel. So there's a lot of great information on there on the Fishing 411 YouTube channel. And then, of course, fishing411.net is our website, and there's a lot of good information there. Of course, Offshore Tackle has a really good Facebook page and a lot of information there as well.
All right, we just had one more question come in late here. It's from Brian Decker on Facebook, and he asks, what is your recommendation on the different sizes of boards for feet of copper or colors of lead core with the Offshore?
That's a great question. There's a lot of different size boards now. There's the little small mini board. There's the big SST Pro Mag board. And then there's kind of the workhorse OR12. And the reason why I call it the workhorse is because I use it for 95% of what I do for trout and salmon fishing. I feel very confident in pulling up to a 10 color of lead core with an OR12 planer board, and up to a 300 copper or 300 steel. I still pull with the OR12 planer board. So anything in between, in my opinion, top 60 feet of the water, that OR12 planer board is going to get it done for me day in and day out. If I need to get 60 feet or deeper, meaning that I'm pulling heavier stuff, then I go to the SST Pro Mag. A lot of times I'll find myself in a situation where I might put 1 or 2 lines that deep. So maybe my inside planer boards are the SST Pro Mags, the outside planer boards, middle boards, and outside boards are the OR12. So it comes down to personal preference, but this OR12 is a workhorse. It pulls plenty of weight. I have absolutely no problem catching trout and salmon with 10 colors or 300 coppers with this OR12 planer board.
Awesome. Jake, thanks so much for coming on the show. Really appreciate your time today and sharing kind of your knowledge and the product offering from Offshore.
Well, I appreciate you guys having me on.
Thanks, Jake.
See you.
All right, that's Jake Romanek. Let's go through. We had a little bit of change to the program, so we're going to do coming up next here is Captain Richard Hajecki with Cannon. And then we'll have the guys from Hughescraft on, and then Richard Hajecki back on with Humminbird, and then a little bit of a program change here. Fishhawk Electronics, we did that earlier, so we're going to go Garmin at 5:20. You'll see that on the scroll. I'll bring the scroll up again in a little while, but a little bit of a program change there. Just want to make note there. So without further ado, we're going to bring on Captain Richard Hajecki, and he's been looking at us here through the green room here lately, and there he is.
Going on, guys?
This afternoon's kind of like the Rick Hajecki show.
Yeah, I've got a few of them here coming up, so I'm kind of got products laying all over the ship store here.
Nice.
So getting good looking, ready to get at it.
Good. Well, we'll give you all breaks in between, so you don't have to keep everything in the front of your mind for all 3 segments all the time. So we'll bounce back and forth here for a little while. But the first one we're going to do is we're going to talk Cannon.
Yeah, so I've been with Cannon for quite a while, so I know their products pretty good. So I wanted to go over a lot of the products that I see used on the Great Lakes. Then we'll start with the downriggers, and probably the workhorse of the Great Lakes is the Cannon Mag 10. It's a price point downrigger, and it comes up and it goes down, and it's been around for a long time. The next step up used to be the Digitrol, and now it's the new Optimum. and we had a chance to run the Optimums over the last year, and it's a great downrigger. Some of the features of the Optimum downrigger is the fact that you can pair it with your Fishhawk, so you can get your Fishhawk data right on the screen of the downrigger. It's got some modes in there that'll allow you to cycle your baits if you think that'll help trigger some bites. It also allows you to change your up and down speeds so that a lot of times when I'm fishing meat, I will slow my down speed down. This way I don't tear up any of the meat on the way down, because these downriggers will move at 200 and 250 feet per.
Yeah, they're fast.
They're fast. I don't know what they are, but I know that there was a race war there in the downrigger world about 10 years ago. But it'll allow you to do stuff like that. So that downrigger is their new flagship downrigger. And the other nice thing about this downrigger is a lot of people talk about how fast these are, and the start and stop on the Mag 10 is so abrupt. The Optimum has the slow start and slow stop, so it helps with that issue. So I said earlier how it pairs with a Fishhawk, and I know I think there was some questions earlier about being able to display a Fishhawk in the back of the boat, or maybe run a couple different displays with one probe. And I sell these at the marina. When we sell Starcraft and Rapallo here at the marina. And the great thing about having this Optimum downrigger is it gives you that second screen, and it shows you that data in the back of the boat. So a lot of times you've got customers maybe standing in front of the screen, or your captain or your driver standing in front of the data, and it requires you to kind of twist your head around and look for it. But with these new Optimums, you have that data right there, so you know if the guy driving your boat is doing his job or not.
But that was, obviously having worked on that project with them for a couple of years in advance, right? Obviously I knew what it was going to do, so okay, no surprises there. But the very first day I was able to get out on the water, with, a production grade unit, where we had everything paired, and you're standing at the downrigger and you've got access to all your information. It's like, yeah, that's pretty cool. Where it's like you knew right away that this was going to have an impact on how you fish and how you're able to kind of keep track of everything at the back of the boat.
Yeah, I'm a data freak, so I love it back there. And the great thing is a lot of people talk about the price of the new Optimum downrigger for the average weekend fisherman, or the guy that goes 1 or 2 weekends a month. You don't have to load the back of your boat up with Optimums. You can load it up with the Magnum 10s and then throw one of these Optimums back there, because what it does is it integrates with the Fishhawk. So now you have that data, as we talked about. It also integrates with your Humminbird, so you can see the depth you're over at any given time, so if you're about to run your gear into the bottom. So the fact that Cannon, Humminbird, Fishhawk have that one boat network, it allows the guy that's working the rods in the back of the boat to have all the data he needs to be successful.
Right. That was the thing from a customer standpoint. That's what we really heard a lot about, prior to even the project with Cannon was, how can I get this on my graph? How can I get my Fishhawk data on the graph? The whole multifunction display concept, the whole thing. And we talked about a little bit in when I talked about Fishhawk earlier, it's, I couldn't do that on my own. I needed a partner to do that with. And so it was really awesome when we kind of got that put together, where it's like, yeah, I mean, that's what people were asking for, and we were able to deliver it. So that was crazy fun project to work on. So
yeah, and it's been great having that technology in the back of the boat. So we've talked a little bit about the downrigger offerings from Cannon. Here at the marina, we sell Starcraft boats, and they typically come with track systems on them. And Cannon makes track systems, so they have options for mounting in track systems. And I'm going to flip the camera around real quick and go to some of the products we have. So this is a 4-inch pedestal mount. They make it also in a 6-inch version, and this slides right into your track, and the Cannon downrigger mounts right on the top of here. So in my Lund, I've got Cannon tracks on the Lund, and this is what I use to mount my downriggers there. On the big boat, I actually use the pedestal that swivels. They have one of these that has a swivel base in there, and I'll throw a track on top of it. And I make my own, and I put the rod holders on it, and I make my own triple and quad trees. So So there's a great option for mounting a downrigger or rod holders on a boat that has tracks. And then we've got our Robalos here, and they come with flush mount rod holders. So Cannon has this gimbal mount, slides right in the rod holder. You put your swivel base on top of it, your downrigger mounts to it. And the nice thing about this right here is, you know, a lot of people have one boat, and it's a family boat. So when the guy wants to bring the kids fishing, he turns it into a fishing boat. When the wife wants to come out for a boat ride or go on a booze cruise, you just pull this out of the rod holder, and you've got the family boat back. So that's so those are the two different mounting methods that we see the most here at the marina. Next, I'll move on to rod holders, and you'll see I've got this Cannon Optimum here, and it has what some people call the Batwing rod holders here, but they're the Cannon downrigger rod holders. There's one on either side. They're dual axis rod holders that you can twist this way, and you can move up and down like this. And actually, on the way up, you don't have to do anything. You can just ratchet it straight up. So those are real popular underneath the downriggers on Lake Ontario, and you can see that the downriggers come with a rod holder already, but these additions right here, a lot of guys seem to like that that metal rod holder. Moving on to your rod holders that go into a track system, you've got, this is your single axis rod holder. It will slide right into a track. You have a little bit of movement here because of the way the base is formed, but it basically just goes up and down. Okay. Moving on, this is your dual axis setup. Again, it'll slide right into the track. This is just like the rod holder on the downrigger, where it will spin 360 degrees, and it's got 90 degrees up and down. So so those are some of the rod holder offerings that I see a lot used on the Great Lakes. One of the last products I want to talk about is the RetroEase that Cannon sells. And the reason I wanted to bring this up, it's a fairly inexpensive piece, but I see a lot of guys using it, but I also see a lot of guys mounting it incorrectly. And the part right here that mounts to the downrigger, something fell. You'll see that there's two holes right there on the downrigger, and that's exactly where that part goes. I've seen guys screw them onto the top part here or mount them on the boat, but every Cannon downrigger has those two holes right there where this RetroEase will fit. So I'll turn the camera back around and hope it doesn't freeze. Did I freeze up?
No, you're hot. Or is, oh, did we do something?
Oh, and we lost him.
Oh, just dial back in.
Yeah. Must have pushed the wrong button. That happens.
Yeah, a lot of questions too, which is great. We'll try to get to a few of those. There we go.
And he's back. Let's back up there.
And you're back.
Yeah, my phone froze up here. I don't know what happened, but when I was switching the camera back, it froze up.
Not a problem. We're good.
So those are some of the products that I wanted to discuss today, and some of the products I see on a lot of boats and I sell here at the marina. Cannon is a company out in Minnesota. Everything's made here in the USA. Like I said, I've been running the rod holders and the downriggers for quite a while here, and they've been great products. And you see them on a lot of charter boats, which speaks a lot.
One of the things we're getting a lot of questions, and we'll get to a few of those in just a second. But one of the things I'll point out, this is the Cannon catalog, and they did a really nice job in here. I should have had the page open, but they did a really nice job detailing boat setup. Where your rod holders should be located, and I believe that you had quite a bit of input in that, Rick, as far as how to kind of set up different style boats, whatever. So this is their catalog, a lot of information in there. I think that's really helpful for people that are just getting going, because again, you're selling the boats and you're getting a lot of new stuff set up. Maybe some first time customers, maybe setting up their first boat, whatever, and probably jump into a bunch of questions because we're getting quite a few of those type right now, actually. So.
Yeah, for sure. People are jumping on. Well, let's have you do that though first, Richard. Just talk a little bit about just how to set up and kind of how to plan out what you're going to do on the boat as far as where your rod holder should go.
Yeah, a typical setup is going to be the downriggers in the back corners, and for the boats that don't have an outboard, you see a lot of guys put a third one that goes right down the back. And then as you move up the side of the boat is where you see your dipsy rod holders, and then either your trees or your triples or quads for your planer board lines. My boat is rigged a little bit backwards, where I actually run my divers at the very back corners, and my downriggers are forward of that. And a lot of people sit there in some of my videos and stare, and they're like, "Wow, that's different." But your typical Great Lakes fisherman is running those downriggers in the back corners, the divers just forward of that. The reason I do the opposite is because on a lot of boats, you've got high gunnels. When that dipsy diver goes off and that fish is cranking on that rod, it's usually a pretty aggressive hit. And a lot of guys struggle to get out and around from that downrigger. The way mine is set up, where it's in the back corner, the downrigger is actually forward of the downrigger. When the fish hits, I pull the rod out and you're fighting the fish. You don't have to lift up over the downrigger. So there's a few different ways to skin the cat, and it all comes down to personal preference. And yeah.
We got a question here from YouTube, Jim Lemon. He would like to know, what is the best way to mount Cannon track to an aluminum gunnel?
So I've got a Lund that has aluminum gunnel. So, you know, about every 6 inches, there's holes in the Cannon track to fasten it down to the gunnel. Now, some of the new boats, I know some of the Deltas that Starcraft have, and some of the Lunds have the Sport Track, and I know there's a few companies out there that make mounts for tracks that go into there. But just check your gunnels. I know that I'm not going to take my Cannon downrigger, swivel it out 90 degrees from my gunnel, and put a 20-pound weight with an extended boom on there, because I know the gunnel is not going to like it after a while. So you kind of got to take a look at your setup and just treat it nice. So what I typically do is I won't run weights heavier than 15 pounds on my Lund, and I'll only run the downrigger out about a 45-degree angle. So so, you know, they make a track from 6 inches out to 36 inches on the Cannon side, and you don't necessarily need that big long track going all the way down the gunnel. You can typically get away with shorter versions. And in track, I enjoy tracks, but they also tend to collect a lot of stuff. So I don't like a boat with a lot of tracks, because it just seems like spoons end up in there, screwdrivers, and God knows what else.
Here's another question about track. Gentleman Troy Ray from Facebook says he has a G3 Yamaha boat with very narrow gunnels, too narrow for the Cannon track system. What would you recommend to mount his Cannon rigger?
On some of these boats, we've had to get creative with fabrication shops to make brackets so that you can mount tracks on these boats. If you've got a really thin gunnel, I've seen guys do some sort of welded angle where there are, you know, two pieces of metal that are at a 90-degree angle that kind of make the gunnel a little bit wider, and that allows them to put a track down there. You know, unfortunately, there's not mounting options for every boat out there, but you do have to get creative once in a while on some of these boats, because you know, when these manufacturers build these boats, are not typically thinking it's going to the Great Lakes and there's going to be downriggers slapped on it and it's going to go fish for salmon and trout. You know, most of these boats go to inland lakes, and they're kind of bass, walleye type fisheries.
I know in a lot of boats, you know, especially we'll call them like multi-species boats too. You know, you typically have access to the rear decks there, where one nice thing, you can either choose to mount track there, or, you know, usually you have some underside access where you can put the pedestals, you know, where you can use some raised pedestals to get that up to gunnel level, and that works pretty good on boats with the narrow gunnels, it seems like too.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty common, I think. So. What else you got there, Chris? Oh, so here's one thing I was going to touch on just from the fishhawk perspective on the Optimums, and you know, you mentioned soft start and soft stop. You know, I was against that feature because soft start and soft stop saves a lot of probes, because that's the one thing, you know, that's a really clutch feature, because especially when you're fishing heavy weights, deep water, rough water, that's a really, I mean, it does save a lot of wear and tear on your cables, probably your boat mounts in general. It's just that's a great feature. So
You know, you just mentioned the word cables, and I do want to bring up, some of the guys on Lake Ontario will run braid on their downriggers, and the old Digitrolls had regular cable and coded cable algorithms in there to adjust the line counter. These new Optimums have regular cable and braid algorithms in there. So if you wanted to run braid on your downrigger, you can. And that's one of the other nice features on the Optimums is that the Water Zero, you can run braid and not worry about your short stop. Where if you try to run that on a Mag 10, you're going to run into issues where that downrigger is never going to shut off when you're retrieving the weight.
That last depth feature is also clutch, I think, where you can just press the button and it's going to return to that last set where you don't have to pay attention to it. I mean, there's so
probably my most favorite feature on the downrigger, I would say, is that, because we tend to move our downriggers all over the place. And when a fish hits, you've got all that excitement going on in the back of the boat. You have no idea where that downrigger was. At least my memory is not
good, but
there.
sure.
It's not allowing me to remember it because it's been in 10 places since that fish hit, probably.
Rick, is there something that you wanted to talk about with Canon that we haven't asked you about that you got on your mind that you want to get up to our audience today?
No, I think I've covered pretty much everything I had here and all the products that I had here. If anybody has any specific questions, they can call me here at Krenzer Marine. We've got a website, KMI Electronics, that all these products are on there. And I'm readily available, whether it's email or phone call, and we can talk Canon products. And if you're looking to get your boat rigged up and you're on Lake Ontario, we can handle it.
Very good. You're also a charter captain. So tell us a little bit about your charter, and we're going to have you on here a little bit later. We'll talk more about kind of some of the ports you work in, but tell us a little bit about what you got going on the charter side.
Well, the weather next week looks really nice, and I'm jonesing because that's going to open up a lot of water here on the South Shore, and those browns are out there waiting for us. So we'll have that Lund out there chasing those browns over the next few weeks, and then the big boat scheduled to go in around the 22nd of March, and then we're going to really get to the fun there and get some clients out there and bend some rods.
That's coming fast, man.
It's coming real fast, and I just can't wait. Jones and I was talking to the owner the other day of the marina I work at, and I'm like, I might be taking some days off here because
well, I think everybody's, after the last year, I think everybody's kind of ready for that, obviously. So
yep.
Cool. Well, we'll talk to you shortly, and
all right.
We're going to come back and we're going to talk we'll come back and talk Humminbird here in about 25 minutes or so.
Sounds good.
Cool. Take care. All right, so we got the next guest coming up, and it looks like those guys are ready. I know we've seen Lewis on. He's been in the green room a lot today.
He's watching us closely.
Yeah.
Hey guys, thanks for having me.
Yeah, you bet.
We're going to bring on Brian as well.
Hey guys.
Now,
good afternoon.
The first time we've had 3 strings up.
Right.
So
right.
That's cool.
So far, so good. It's working so far.
And then it looks like, Lewis, that you kind of have your presentation.
Yeah, I prepared some slides if we want to get into it. I can click through as we need them, but I like the format you're doing with the, kind of the Q&A. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, that was the whole goal, was to just get information out to people. I'll start out, we've seen a lot more Hughescraft in the Great Lakes the last few years, and I'll start out with my little quick story, and that's when my kids were young. I got the nickname of like Captain Krabby, the Cheeto Police, because they would bring all this food into the boat and it'd be all on the carpet and just a mess. And I got a little bit of OCD going on, and so I actually said once upon a time, I'm like, the next like pure trolling boat I set up, it's gonna be a Hughescraft because I don't have to worry about any of that stuff. So that's my lead in, and I'll let you guys take over. So,
all right, sounds good. Well, yeah, as you alluded to, you're seeing more boats in the Midwest now, and we've got some great partners there in dealerships that have really taken the reins and really built a brand that it's been around for a long time. We started in the late 40s, 2 brothers after World War II. They were airplane mechanics and flight instructors who were using, after the war, were able to come in and get some flight instruction and kind of learn the craft of aviation. And then that kind of dried up in the late 40s, and around 48, they had some scrap aluminum that they went and bought, and a couple buddies, and they started building small 10 and 12-foot boats, and it grew to where it is today. We've been in business now 73 years, still family owned. We're on our second generation ownership now, and we're from this small town in Northeast Washington State. Employ about 165 people and a little community of about 5,000 residents. So it's kind of neat to see a little boat builder like us get some traction in the Midwest and really kind of be able to share our story and our product, to the masses first.
Yeah, and I think that's where Brian kind of comes in as one of those dealers. Brian's a hardcore angler in Lake Erie, fishes tournaments. I mean, from a dealer perspective at Erie Marine Sales, what are you guys seeing with the Hughes brand right now?
Yeah, we started this dealership, 5 years ago. So it's only been 5 years, and we started with Warrior boats. I was looking for an aluminum line. I'd seen a couple of Hughes crafts on the lakes, and I just kept saying to myself, man, those would be awesome boats here on the lake. Being how the guys on Lake Erie and the Great Lakes, they fish from ice in to ice out, and they're breaking ice trying to get out. I thought to myself, man, those would be awesome boats on Lake Erie to have. Brand new dealer I was. So I sent an email. I went to the Hughes Craft website. Hughes Craft is my number one all welded that I was looking at. And I went to their website, and I just contact us. I contacted them, explained, hey, I'm a hardcore fisherman, explained where we're at, what we're trying to do. And oddly enough, a day later, David Hughes emailed me back, said, yeah, we're looking to expand in the Midwest. I'll have my sales manager contact you. Before long, Clint Curry came out, who's a sales manager at Hughes. Next thing you know, we're carrying Hughes Crafts, and we've been, I think, doubling our numbers with those guys every single year. It's been an awesome partnership. Guys on the Great Lakes, they know when we brought them in, they know Hughes Craft. They're like, it's about time somebody finally brought those boats here. Guys have been out to Alaska, all over the place. They're like, yeah, I've salmon fished. I went tuna fishing on a Hughes Craft. So it's been, it's been a great partnership, and guys have been very, very receptive to the boat brand here.
Yeah, that's awesome. They're really cool looking boats and performing. I mean, we see them here on Superior too. I mean, we see we've seen more and more of them every year, and like with what we've seen with our Fish Hawk business is we're putting more product on trailer boats than ever before, and it just seems like the niche is perfect for a trailer boat that can handle some serious water.
Yeah, I just put your presentation up, Lewis. You kind of talked about the history there before, but show us a little bit about what you've kind of put together as far as the presentation here.
Yeah, so I spoke a little bit about our history and kind of who we are as a whole. And, Brian mentioned it too. We really cut our teeth in Alaska, and we've been the number one selling boat manufacturer there for years. It's amazing how many people in the Midwest, when I go to boat shows, just say, oh man, I fished on one of those in Alaska. They're everywhere. So that legitimacy and that, ground of Alaska, that really has been a tremendous help to our company and really a focus of a boat that will endure and last, a long time. So that's something we're very proud of. In the family owned aspect, there are very few manufacturers out there that are, A, build everything in house, and B, that aren't being by some conglomerate. We're still very much family owned, and that's our goal, and that's how we're going to move forward for the next 70 years.
And what are the models that are really doing, getting most of the traction here in the Great Lakes? What kind of run through a little bit of the model set there a little bit?
What's really, I've got a few slides and I'll kind of go through those, but we have three models that are really our kind of bread and butter in the Midwest. And I'll start with the Sea Runner. This is a boat we offer in 19 and 21 foot length. These with a traditional canvas top or or a hard top version. Again, this just gives anglers in the Midwest a longer season. You know, they can get out of the elements. It's more family friendly, you know, and just a great trailerable boat at a reasonable price that, you know, a person purchasing a boat can see the value in this model. So there's some quick specs, you know. These are available on our website too at www.hughescraft.com if you guys want to look around, and I'll stick around too to answer any comments and questions.
Yeah. It's definitely tough to, I mean, with so many specs and stuff, it's tough in just a 20-minute period. So there's
it is. Yeah.
way more data than we can get through. But
right.
Yeah, and I would definitely say, you know, with having carrying Hughescraft for a few years now, you know, a lot the Sportsman line's kind of an entry level boat. 1820, we've had a lot more interest within the last 2 years, more towards guys moving towards the pilot houses. Kind of how, like Lewis said, a lot of guys, you know, they don't have to worry about the bimini up and down. They never have to worry about replacing the bimini. It's protection all the time. A big question we get a lot is it get hot in the summer, and I would say the question is no, because basically you're out of the sun, you get a little bit of breeze, guys get fans, so it does not get hot in there in the summer. And, you know, good thing for us in Hughes is the last couple of years too, we've been seeing more interest in the bigger pilot houses, more of like the 24-foot Ocean Pros, the 25 and 27-foot Alaskans, the Pacific Explorer. So as we are kind of getting more boats here in the Midwest, guys are seeing them more. I would say we're kind of moving more upstream with some of the bigger boats here on the Great Lakes.
Gotcha.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This next one, the Ocean Pro, Brian sells a pile of these every year. The 24 has been a big hit with charter captains. This is a reasonably affordable boat for a charter captain. It's got a large back deck that you can, you know, you can get 6 guys fishing comfortably back there. So it's been a great model for us. I know Brian and his brother Keith will be running one this summer and into the fall. A lot of charters really picking up on these models.
Yeah, and if you look like this 24-foot, it's a big boat, but a guy can pull this boat with a half-ton pickup truck, so your F-150. You don't need a big truck to pull it around, and we see a lot of guys moving out of the bigger glass boats with the typical IOs or straight inboards, where, you know, their season's over as soon as it starts to get cold, or when the fish start moving, it costs them a lot of money to be moving those boats. Where a 24-footer like this, a guy can take it in and out of the water. They can launch it. You know, they don't have to keep it in a slip, and they can, with the outboard technology these days, it's not you know, it's not going to freeze up on you.
Yeah, very cool.
You want to show us that Alaskan now?
I do, yeah. So this has become a staple on the Great Lakes for charter captains. We offer this in 25 and 27 foot lengths, but we're kind of modest on our measurements. So our 27, for example, it's got 27 foot 11 inches of usable space, and then the overall length's 30 foot 4 inches. So this is a large boat, a large back deck. It's fully welded. It's self-bailing. You know, you get the fish guts, you get the blood on the floor. You just hit the wash down and spray down the floor, cleans it right up. So,
a lot of guys.
Yeah,
and I would say a lot of guys, with this boat and even the other pilot houses, you can get diesel heaters in there. So all of the Alaskans, some of the bigger Ocean Pros, Hughescraft offers a diesel heater option for the cabin, which is really nice. A lot of guys will put the just a little buddy heater in there to get the chill out, which is really nice. And then on the Alaskan, we've been selling a lot of the boats with a stand-up head. So, you know, you got a big 25-footer with a lot of space, with heat, can seat a lot of people. You got a ton of fishing space in the back. You got the stand-up head. We've been selling a lot of the Alaskans here. And, you know, I think as a dealer, we're going to be looking to run one next year, because we've had so much interest in it as a dealer demo boat. You know, we want to get one out there just because, you know, the more guys see it, we get a lot of requests for guys to go on test rides with it, which we do all the time. So I think you're seeing a lot more of the bigger Hughes Crafts show up on the Great Lakes. You know, in addition to, we're selling a lot of still 20 footers, the Pro Vs, and everything in between. So it's been, you know, with Hughes Craft, it's not a one-trick pony. We've been selling every model across the board.
Brian, maybe you're the best one to answer this question, but how has selling boats changed in this kind of space, this time that we're in right now? I mean, you know, we can sit here and go through specs and look at all these things, but I mean, we know there's no better way to figure out what boat you want than to go walk through it or even take a ride or things like that. I mean, what's that like in where we're at right now?
Well, I'll tell you, with COVID last year when it hit, I won't lie to you. I thought the dealership, the businesses were over. You know, I thought it was going to be
scary.
You know,
yeah.
I thought who's going to be, who's got the most money that can stick around the longest is going to survive. And it just the opposite happened. It just went through the roof. People just showed up buying boats like crazy. You know, our 2021 model year right now with Hughes Craft, I think we've sold out of all of our build slots. I think we have 1 or 2 left, and that's going to be delivered in August. So we had a hard time actually keeping inventory in our lot. If you come through our lot, we have some boats now, but most of them are sold. The good thing for us is we always have boats coming through that we're rigging or working on, so we can actually show a lot of boats to guys, even if we don't have any in stock. But for now, all the manufacturers, they've had a hard time keeping boats in stock. They just can't keep up with demand. I think, you know, we're talking about this today. I think it'll slow a little bit, and I think it needs to slow a little bit so the supply chain can get caught back up in the industry, the motors, all the components, stuff coming from overseas. But you've seen a ton of interest in not only Hughes Craft, every other brand, every other boat. You know, we're record sales numbers across the board.
Right.
What else do you have for us, Lewis?
Hey, just a couple things. You know, now that we've been in the Midwest here for a couple years, there's some things that we're finding that would help our boats, you know, not only sell better, but give you a better experience on the water. So there are some things going on behind the scenes that we're really excited about. I can't talk too much about them, but Brian's actually flying up tomorrow, and he's going to demo a all-welded tournament style boat with us.
Sweet.
We're still in the early development of that, but in the next year or so, that should be available to the buying public.
Yeah, and I'll comment on that boat. Hughes Craft came to us a couple years ago and said, "Hey, would you guys be interested in helping us design a Midwest a multi-species tournament boat?" We said, "Absolutely." So engineers came out. You know, for 2 years we've been on paper speccing out boats, looking at, hey, this is what I love about this boat. This is what I love about this boat. They've put something together. I've seen it. I've seen videos. We're going to go out and run it, and all I can say, they knocked it out of the park. So I'm excited for this boat to actually hit the Midwest.
That's like a carrot you're hanging out there for everybody.
I know.
But that's fine.
I had to sign an NDA. I had a non-disclosure, so I'd love.
Well,
to.
that's the.
There's more coming, but I'll tell you, when I saw it, it's the real deal.
Yeah, that's why we wanted to do this, was to get some of that information out to people, because that's what we see at the shows and stuff. So that was really our whole goal in putting this together, was to be able to have some of those fun conversations. So.
Yeah, it's been a great project just from the manufacturing side. You know, we get to bring some of our heritage and things that make us popular on the West Coast, and integrate that into a Midwest boat. I think we're going to do some things that aren't currently done, and it's exciting, and we can't build it soon enough, in my opinion. So
yes, and we've been, you know, a lot of the other models, we started modifying a lot of them when the boats got here to kind of fit the Midwest. The one was, you know, they never ran Terrovers or trolling motors off the bows of their boats, because that's not how they fished out in the Pacific Northwest. So, you know, we talked to Hughes, and they started adding, you know, some of the behind the scenes guts where we could just easily add, you know, a mint coated trolling motor, because that's the way guys fish. You know, the tracks, lockable rod storage, a lot of things that guys out the Pacific Northwest Hughes never got asked for it. You know, after a couple of years, Hughes, you know, they're like I said, they're a very good partner. They've listened, and they've been modifying their boats to fit just small things the way that guys want them here. It's still a Hughes Craft, still all welded, heavy gauge, great value for the money, and then adding features in that we really want here in the Midwest. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, that's exciting. Should be. I mean, now I want to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Couple quick questions. Jim Select
Sure.
would like to know height and width on a trailer, the Pro V 200 ET, and also for the Sea Runner 210.
So the height on a Pro VET, it's going to be under 8 foot on a trailer. I don't know the exact, I don't have that information quite in front of me, but pulling it down the road too, it's going to be 96 inches wide. So that's another thing about our boats. With the exception of our 29-foot Adventure, everything's 8.5 feet or narrower, so they can be trailerable without having oversized permits. And like Brian said, you know, diesel trucks, and that's the real beauty of aluminum. We're relatively lightweight in the scheme of things. So, you know, you don't have to go buy the boat and then buy the truck, and, you know, where it just begins to spiral. You can pull our boats, you know, with a size truck.
That leads us to another question from Rod Fortune. He wants to know if you guys might be interested in looking into something a little bit bigger, something like maybe a 9.5 or 10-foot beam.
Yeah, so our 29-foot Adventure model is a 9.5-foot beam with a 9-foot bottom. It's got a head closet down in the berth with all the amenities you can imagine for an extended stay on the water. We have guys using these in Alaska on the Pacific coast that are staying out on the water for, you know, a week at a time. So that is a model that we are currently building. It's just, it's not one that we can supply a lot of right now. I think last year we were able to build 5. They take about 3 months from start to finish to fully complete.
Yeah, and we've sold some 27 Alaskans and Pacific Explorers here. Those are boats you can get in and out around the dock actually pretty easy. They're a big boat for I would say for a 27. So a 27, either Alaskan or Pacific Explorer would be a boat I would probably tell you to look at. Email us, give us a call, and we'd be happy to talk to you about that.
Yeah, it seems like the sky is the limit with outboards right now, and I don't know if it's just me, or I don't know if you hear this, Brian, if you hear this from other customers, but, you know, not everybody wants to hang a 400 on a transom, you know, whether it's cost or weight or whatever. And it seems like there's some efficiencies there, just like you talked about with the trailering. It just seems like there's some efficiencies there where maybe, you know, maybe I like my 140 horse.
Well, the odd thing is, and Lewis can attest to this, is when those guys would come to Cleveland boat shows or Midwest boat shows, guys would always say your horsepower ratings are like in the Midwest, your horsepower ratings aren't enough. You know, like why is this only rated for 300 or 150? Where guys out in the Pacific Northwest, Alaska, they want that big boat, but they want a smaller motor as long as the boat can get up on plane. There's performance because they're looking for fuel economy. They're going to go to Alaska and be gone for 2 weeks. There's no gas station, so they just want to they had what I would call underpowered boats, but they worked for them. And everybody says in Alaska, guys have 2 ways to get around: a pickup truck and a Hughescraft. So Hughescraft's been good too of actually upping their horsepower ratings on some models, but like you can get 150 horsepower, you can get a set of twins on a bigger boat. Boat performs well, it gets up on plane, fuel efficiency is great. So I mean, there's a lot of different configurations, and even us here as a dealer, like we always wanted to do some of these bigger boats, like let's max them up, biggest horsepower. When we actually backed off some horsepowers, different weights, the boats would actually perform probably a little bit better, I would say, all around.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate you guys coming on today and sharing your product. And I think it's one of those things that is going to be growing in this space. And I think it was good for people to get an introduction to you guys and what the brand is all about.
Yep. And I would say too, guys, follow Hughescraft Facebook page, Erie Marines, because we do a lot of test rides in the summer. If guys don't know nothing about them or want to get on a couple different boats, we try to get them down at the dock so guys can get on a Sea Runner, an Ocean Pro, and Alaskan, see what the difference is actually on the lake.
Yeah, and if you want to talk to the factory, you can email us at info@hughescraft.com. And we'd be glad to help you out. We're still family owned. You'll still talk to a person. But yeah, thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. A lot,
Appreciate it, guys.
tons of information to cover in 20 minutes. So thanks for getting.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, no sweat.
Take care, guys. Have a great rest of your weekend. All right, that was Hughes Craft, and look who's already ready to go in the green room. Here is Captain Richard Jackie once again.
Did you shower or just change shirts?
Long time no see, guys. So I changed shirts. I mean,
Oh, okay.
people need to know what they're
I
listening to here.
I didn't know if you bathed or you just swapped it out. So.
Stepped into a telephone booth.
There you go. Humminbird.
Hey, I've got one for Daiwa too. So.
Oh, okay. Well,
awesome.
Well, yeah,
we look forward to it.
We expect that now. So.
All right. So, again, my name is Captain Richard Ajecki, and I'm presenting on some Humminbird stuff today. So, real quick, I'm going to give an outline of some of the things we're going to go over. I'm going to go over the difference between the Solix and the Helix, which are two of the different models Humminbird makes. We're going to go into some of the settings that I use when I'm trolling. And then we're going to talk about transducers and then the One Boat Network. So I'm going to flip the camera just because I think I've got some live units here and we can kind of go over it and you guys will get a visual of what I'm talking about. Hopefully I won't freeze this time like I did last time. All right.
Good.
So here's the display right here. We've got the unit here on the left is the Humminbird Solix. And this is a cross-touch unit where it's got a touch screen, and you can also utilize the buttons over here on the right hand side. This is kind of their flagship unit. It pretty much can do anything. On my large charter boat, I run the Solix units. I have radar hooked up to it, a couple of transducers. I have my Fusion stereo hooked up to it so I can control my music right from the MFD. So like I said, it can pretty much do just about everything that you would want it to do out here on the Great Lakes. Some of the things I like about the Solix unit is the ability to create different views. When I'm crossing the lake and fishing tournaments in Canada and whatnot, I like to create a certain view that gives me a couple different perspectives. So I really like this unit for out there. But again, this is their flagship unit. Moving over to the Helix unit, this is probably one of the more popular units Humminbird sells. I'll turn the backlight down here a little bit. Before I leave the Solix, I just want to mention it starts in a 10-inch unit, it goes to a 12, and it has a 15-inch unit. And the 15-inch unit I installed on a customer's boat last year, and I don't have one, and I got really jealous because there was a lot of real estate there. So moving back over to the Helix line here, while we're on the subject of size, the Helix starts at a 5-inch screen, and now it goes all the way up to a 15-inch screen. Probably the most common size screen is that 7 to 9-inch range is what I sell the most of. For ice fishing, you see a lot of the 5 and the 7, but now with the 360 that they're utilizing in the ice world, you've got to use a screen that's 8 inches or bigger to get that 360 view. But getting back to trolling, this is a 12-inch unit. This does everything the Solix does, except for really creating customized views, and it's not a touch screen unit. This is one that I think most people, the Helix line is what most people really ought to be buying. There's a lot less settings in there compared to the Solix, where you can customize a lot of your features in the Solix. This is more basic, and what I find a lot of times is people buy these electronics and have absolutely no idea how to run them, and they just get lost in them, and they use 10% of what it can do. They put it on auto and let it run, and that's probably one of the worst things you can do. So that's the difference between these two. Between the Solix and the Helix. Next, I'm going to move into some of the settings I use when we're trolling. So whatever screen you're on with the Helix, if you hit the menu button once, you'll get a menu on there. And that really is a menu for the current view that you're on. If you hit the menu button again, it brings you into the complete menu. It comes out of the box. If you move over to the settings tab, it comes out of the box in user mode angler. And that's probably good for most people. But if you really want to open up the unit, you move it into custom, as you can see, the menu just explodes. So when I'm fishing out there, I have a Airmar transducer, and we'll get into transducers here in a little bit. I've got an Airmar dual frequency transducer. So when you go into your transducer settings here, that's where you kind of choose whatever transducer you're using. And most of the times when you plug it in and you turn it on, the Humminbird knows what transducer's available there. So right now it thinks it's got a high wide chirp transducer, so it's looking at a full spectrum. But this is where you typically would choose what frequency you're looking at. In my case, on my big charter boat, it's 50 and 200 kilohertz. So the one setting I see people, so just backing up a real quick minute here. I have seen when people call me down to their boat to diagnose their issues with their Humminbird, I've seen that they had the wrong transducer selected. So basically they're in there, they're messing around with settings because they're not familiar with them. And that's where they really mess it up for the first part of the problem. But this setting right here, switch fire, you can get max mode or you can get clear mode. And you can see when I switch it over to clear mode, it really filters everything out compared to what we were seeing just a second ago. And when I bring it back over to max mode, you'll notice that now it's showing us everything here. So one of the rules of thumb when you're running a Humminbird Helix out on the lake and you're trolling is you want to utilize this switch fire setting. And typically when I'm fishing 40 feet of water or less, I have it on clear. When I start to slide out and get deeper, I'll turn it on max mode. You'll notice that with each one of those, you'll have to play with your gain a little bit. So in clear mode, you're probably going to run your gain or your sensitivity up towards the top of that spectrum, where when you're on max mode, you're more in the middle of that spectrum. So that's one of the big features when people are saying, I can't see anything. A lot of times this setting will be in clear mode, and as soon as they switch it over, it's game on. So that's the one big thing. Moving back to spectrum, again, I'm running a dual frequency transducer, and there's your 50 kilohertz, which is a really wide, powerful frequency, and then you've got your 200 kilohertz, which is a very narrow and not as powerful of a frequency. When I'm running out in the morning, I'm looking at my 200 kilohertz, and that's the frequency that I'm going to run out of the harbor on, and I'm going to look for bait. You can mark bait at 20, 30 miles an hour on that frequency when you're running out there. And then as soon as I get to the fishing grounds, I'm switching over to 50 kilohertz, and I'm really starting to take a good look at the water column because it's giving me a 45-degree cone. So I will utilize both of those frequencies when I'm fishing throughout the day. Let's see here. Moving on.
Quick question on frequencies, Rich. So do you ever run into interference with the fish hawk on your 50, or does it stay clean?
I have not run into any interference issues. That's probably one of the questions I get asked a lot.
Same here. That's why I asked that. Yep.
I answer a lot on forums and on Facebook and whatnot. You hear a lot of guys asking that question, and no, there's no interference with the fish hawk on a 50 kilohertz.
On the 50, yep, got it.
Moving on. So let's talk about chirp. I know chirp's a big word in the transducer world nowadays. I personally am not a fan of chirp for the trolling, for the trolling part of it. When you go to a chirp transducer, your cone angle basically is cut by 50%, even on the best that Airmar can possibly put out right now. You know, with my side imaging that I use, and we'll touch a little bit on that, how I use that in the Great Lakes. With my side imaging with traditional sonar using the 50 kilohertz frequency, I've noticed that I can, you know, when I'm offshore and I'm fishing the thermocline that's down 60, 70, 80 foot, that 50 kilohertz frequency will pick fish and bait up that are as far out to the side as 75 feet. So that's the kind of cone that you're dealing with on that 50 kilohertz frequency, which with chirp, your best is going to be about 24, 25, and you're going to miss a lot of that stuff. The chirp will give you a little bit prettier picture, and if you're a bottom fisherman or you jig a lot, you it'll be able to decipher fish off the bottom a lot easier. So if that's the kind of fishing you do, maybe it is for you. But in the trolling game, I always advise against the chirp transducer, because you want to see as much as you can down there, because when you're out there fishing dead water and you just barely miss something because your transducer cone is very small, you can just keep trolling when, all you had to do is circle back around and you'd be able to find that pot of bait that you would have marked with a regular transducer. Since we're on the subject of transducers, everybody understands, everybody has seen a transom mount transducer. It's kind of like, it comes boxed with most fish finders. And in the transducer world, we're going to divide it up into 3 different categories where we've got good, better, and best. And the transom mount transducer is going to be classified as that good transducer. It's usually the easiest install, and on aluminum boats, it's the only install that you can really have. But when you're running out there in the morning or in the afternoon and you're heading out to go fishing, it doesn't give you the prettiest picture or the best picture when you're on plane. When you're trolling, I think all of these transducers are pretty similar and pretty close to the performance. So a transom mount transducer, everybody knows, just gets mounted on the transom of the boat and hooked up to the fish finder. Moving up to the better category is a transducer we install a ton of, and that is the Airmar B60. If you have a fiberglass boat, and even if you trailer it, this is the transducer for you, because it is a flush mount transducer in the bottom of your boat, and there's a tilted element in there that will take the dead rise, or it'll take the sonar cone and point it straight down, given the dead rise of your boat, and they call it a tilted element. And this one, as you can see, has a 20-degree tilted element. So this is the Airmar B60. We put it on just about everything here at the marina, and it's probably the most popular transducer that we sell. And a lot of boats that come here from the factory are rigged with these B60s. This is going to give you a great picture when you're running out to the grounds in the morning, and it's going to be a great transducer when you're trolling. It's a very simple install. You've got a hole saw. There's an arrow on the top of it that points towards the keel. Other than that, and some life caulk, it's not a very hard install. So this is going to be your better option. Moving on to the best option is going to be a transducer that comes with a fairing block. And this transducer just slides in there. And what this fairing block does is it takes that transducer face and it moves it away from the bottom of the boat. Airmar has a transducer, or it has a video on YouTube showing the turbulence in the bottom of the boat. And what this fairing block does is it gets it away from the bottom of the boat into that clean water, so it gives you the best picture possible when you're running out there. So on my charter boat, I have this particular transducer on there with my Humminbird, and I can mark bait at 20-30 miles an hour, no problem. And the screen doesn't get real blurry when I'm running. The problem with this transducer is it's a tougher install, because you have to cut this fairing block to the dead rise of your boat, because there is no tilted element in this transducer. So when you cut this, you've got 2 halves. One goes on the inside, one goes on the outside. And if your angle that you cut is wrong, your transducer is never going to shoot straight down. I run this transducer. I can mark cannonball. I've marked cannonballs as far as 300 feet down with it, and I actually have a screenshot trolling. And it was a great day. It was a calm day, but I have a screenshot on my phone of my Humminbird Helix that I had on the boat at the time. The downrigger ball was down 225 feet, I believe, and I could mark my flasher that was attached to it, and I could watch that second line, which was my lure down there. And the great thing about that, and on a good install, you can do that. The great thing about being able to see your lure down there is when you do get that little shaker, what we call them, you'll see that line start to kind of do a wave, and you'll know that there's a fish on there and it's moving around, and you're not dragging a fish around there that's going to kill it, or take your spread out of the it'll just kill your spread when you got one of those draggers on there. So that's my spiel on transducers. And lastly, talking about Humminbird products, their Lake Master map. So if you fish Lake Ontario, this Northeast states Lake Master chart is absolutely killer. It's got Great maps of Lake Ontario. It's even got the Canadian shoreline in there. If you fish Oneida Lake, it's absolutely amazing. And what this allows you to do with the Humminbird product is there is a shallow water highlight and a depth highlight feature, which really makes the map pop. And I've got some pictures and stuff like that online. Or if you have any questions, you can always get a hold of me on how to use that. But these are charts that Humminbird has. Now, if you're a Lake Erie fisherman, they do make one that's the Great Lakes, and that's the one you would want for Lake Erie. So I will shut up, turn the camera around, and see if there's any questions.
So I've got one I wanted to ask you, because you have long run a sonar unit on your shoot rigger. What are you using that for? What are you doing with that sonar display right on your shoot rigger there? How are you using that?
Yeah, so it's gotten real popular in the Great Lakes. I got it from Mark Bachman, a friend of mine out in Michigan, who runs Our Time. It's a beautiful Viking, and I saw it on one of his videos, and I called him up and said, "Hey, I need that." That fish finder in the back of my boat has caught more fish than any lure on my boat, because I sit there and I stare at it. If you ever pass me out on the lake, I'm standing in the middle of the back of my boat, my head's facing towards that fish finder. But that's the great thing about Humminbird products is the network that I have. So I only have one. I actually have two transducers on the boat. One's my side imaging transducer, but I have one transducer, and I can share that on everything. I've got one radar, and I can share that on all of my units. So that takes that crosstalk or that interference out of the equation by running multiple transducers for multiple units. So when people are setting up boats on Lake Ontario for salmon and trout fishing, my biggest thing is keep everything the same so you can run a network and put units where they need to be to help you be more successful. Real quick, I want to touch on the side imaging. Really didn't find a use for it for many, many years on Lake Ontario. I thought it was cool, so I had it on the boat. I know a friend of mine, Andy Bliss, has used it brown trout fishing in the spring and tries to, he kind of gets into, finds where the brown trout are hanging and what type of structure they're hanging on that day. Last year in the fall, we won a tournament, and it was more or less due to the side scan that I had offshore. Our fish moved from day one, and we were able to look 300-400 feet on either side of the boat offshore and locate that bait that they were hanging on again by just doing a north troll. And when we got that line, when we found that bait on the side scan, you started to see it show up on your traditional sonar again. So now I'm starting to see where side imaging can really come in and help you and make you more successful here on the Great Lakes.
Yeah, we get a lot of talk about side imaging and what the role is for trolling, and yeah, that's a good one, because I think as more of these technologies come out there, people just have a lot of questions about them and how they apply, and certainly not everything applies to how we fish, as far as the trolling fishery goes, but a lot of it does, and people they're finding ways to use it. They're finding maybe there are ways that weren't even intended, but they're finding ways that are actually helping them, catch some fish.
We've got a couple minutes here. Next guest is, it looks like he's starting to come on into the green room here. We'll get you back here in a second, Captain Hajeki. But I guess a quick question here before we let you go is, we're not going to go with that one. You've got a couple of your fellow captains, and they're I think they're trying to tease you in the comments right now. But what's the difference between the Solix G2 and G3 in Bluetooth and down image depth? I just bought a Solix G2 because I couldn't find a G3.
The main difference is the processor. They went to a dual core processor in the G3 over the G2, and that's really the biggest difference on that Solix.
Perfect.
And it'll help out, because when you got your maps in there, a lot of times when you're zooming in and out, there was a little bit of a delay there. So from what I understand, and I don't have mine on the boat yet, this dual core processor is really going to help with that.
All right, Rick. We'll see you back here in a little bit.
We'll give you time to change shirts.
Change some shirts.
Yeah, let me go change shirts.
Next guest is coming up. All right. We're going to bring on Danny Thompson from Garmin. Danny, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
We're doing good. Thanks. Thanks for working with us here. I know we got a little confused on time zones and whatever. So I knew it was going to happen at some point, and I'm sorry it happened to you, but we're gonna make it work. I know that. So
Yeah, sorry about that.
nah, no problem. So let's talk Garmin. Garmin's got some crazy hot technology here the last few years, and I'll let you kind of lead the way, and we'll try and get some questions and go from there.
Yeah, for sure. So, I've been with Garmin here for about 5 years, and we've really kind of come a long ways, ever since I even started, and especially with the inland market, and, especially, the big thing people talk about right now, of course, is the live scope stuff and having the live sonar. And, there's been some videos out there, especially like the Great Lakes guys, where you're able to watch your downrigger balls, you're able to watch the fish come up, take a strike at the spoon, and decide if you need to change colors, what you need to do, or even just watching the bottom somewhat ahead of you and whatnot. So there's been some great technology as far as that goes. And really with the Great Lakes stuff, we've had some amazing stuff with the radars that we have, the autopilots, all the units that go with it. So Garmin's really got a lot of great product out there. It's just kind of a matter of, what boat you have and how big you want to go, whether you want to stick with a 9-inch or go all the way up to a 24-inch screen.
I want to go to a 24-inch screen. I don't know if I can go to a 24-inch screen, but I really want to. That's the, I'll jump to it because this is the one that everybody asks, and you talked about live sonar and whatever. So in a trolling application, what are the applicable models, or what's the applicable transducer, or what's the applicable technology in a trolling application? Obviously we're not ice fishing, we're not static, we're moving. What actually would fit for people?
Yeah, so it kind of varies. So everybody wants to be able to run the live scope because that's kind of the thing that's really popular right now and really kind of out there that you're hearing about, and it is amazing stuff. But when it really comes to the Great Lakes guys, and myself being more of a walleye fisherman, one transducer that seems to even probably outperform the live scope is still that PS30. So our original Panoptix, it's not as much of the detail as the live scope is, but we're able to get a lot more depth or distance, than we would with live scope. So we're able to look deeper. We're able to get a real wide swath. And then the problem a lot of times is when we're lake trout fishing or salmon fishing or trolling crankbaits for walleyes and whatnot, is we're trolling. And so, it's live sonar. So as you're driving, if we're going 3 miles an hour, then your brain has to process everything that is on that screen that's going by at 3 miles an hour. So it can be, a lot to see, a lot to look at, so like with the live scope, you'd probably be on top of it before you even got to it. So a lot of guys are running that PS30. I know all my, pro staff guys that are running live scope, they're also running a PS30 on the back, all the walleye guys, and it works excellent. It's got a big swath, both forward and back, but also side to side. You're able to see your downrigger balls. I mean, you can see spoons, flashers, everything. The only, downfall with it is you lose that detail that you get with the live scope, but you're also losing a little bit of that distance. So like live scope and forward mode, we've all seen the ice fishing videos where we're able to look 50, 60, 70, almost 100 feet away. With the Panoptix transit mounted PS30, we're not able to do that. Gotcha. What does it say too is
how far away would you be able to look there?
What's that?
So what are the capabilities then compared to that live scope with the Panoptix?
Yeah, so the Panoptix is going to get you a lot more depth. So I mean, if you're fishing in over 80 feet of water, you're going to want to go with Panoptix anyways. You're able to get a lot more distance because you got to think of, when you think of live scope, it's almost like, let's just say like an FM radio band. When we think of the Panoptix, it's like an AM. So it gets you a lot more distance, but the clarity isn't quite as good as like an FM band. So that's kind of a way to think of it. And especially a lot of times when we're going after like a predator fish, the definition isn't as important as just trying to see what you want to see. Now, on the other hand, I do have some guys that are, doing some salmon fishing and whatnot out of like a deep V boat versus like a big salmon boat. So if you're in a deep V boat, we can mount that live scope transducer on, let's say, like a Trax Tech pole off of the side of the boat, you can utilize that definitely. Now, you're not going to get the depth, like I said, but you can use it to look, especially if you can get a little bit shallower here in the spring, stuff like that. It works excellent for stuff like that. Fishing browns or kings when they're up close. I mean, it works awesome for that. But the thing we always run into with a lot of these Great Lakes guys too is just being able to mount it. So when you got those bigger boats, it makes it a little bit harder to find a place to mount that.
Yeah, it seems like we're going to learn a lot more about this, just as we put the technology into different applications. It seems like we're gonna learn a lot more about that in the next couple of years, just like we have in the ice fishing world here in over the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, and the cool part is in a lot of ways, the Great Lakes guys have a lot of similarities to, say, like the Southern Florida guys that are fishing wrecks and that kind of stuff. And like, if you do any wreck fishing or anything like that, you can imagine how useful a live scope could be and how awesome it would be. But they're kind of in the same situation where transom mounting it on a boat, with multiple engines or in haul or something like that, it does cause some problems, as far as mounting that transducer. So, I mean, Garmin is an amazing company. We've got great engineers. I can just about imagine there's something in the works.
Let's talk about something we haven't talked about with anybody today, and that's radar. As far as the Great Lakes go, can you give us just a kind of maybe a highlight? I know you can go way into the weeds on radar. Can you give us kind of a high level overview of Garmin's radar program?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously we've got the whole lineup. We've got everything from our 18-inch dome, which is probably one of the best selling. I mean, I know it is the best selling radar for my area up here in the Great Lakes. But of course, Garmin goes all the way to 6-foot, open array radars. So it really kind of depends on what you're looking to do. Most of my guys up here on the Great Lakes, we're not necessarily looking for birds or anything like that. We're with an open array. We want that real fine detail at real great distances and whatnot. A lot of times what we're looking for is we're looking for collision avoidance. We got some fog coming out of Duluth or wherever we're fishing. And so we want to be able to just see stuff. Garmin's got some great dome radars, 18, 24-inch. We've got our Phantom radars, which are pretty cool. So they actually, you can see objects, like they'll change colors based on if they're moving towards you, away from you. You can put MARPA targets on them. I mean, they really are just really user-friendly, I guess, and really some good radars. The cool part is they pair with pretty much any of our GPS map units. So you got a 742, 942. You're not really heavily invested into that head unit to be able to run radar, which has always been a good thing too, because a lot of times dash space can be pretty critical on some of those boats.
Right. Yeah, that's it. That radar seems like kind of a lot of times it seems like the last piece of the puzzle that gets incorporated in. Certainly if you're setting up a boat, maybe in stages or things like that, but then a lot of times you'll have that one experience, that kind of scary things like, man, I had radar, and then that's what kind of pushes you over the edge. Kind of along that same line, let's talk autopilot. Autopilot save marriages. That's what I always say, and I know Garmin has a pretty extensive lineup of them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, so there's a couple of things here that so. I guess I'll start with the new kind of exciting thing. And it's not necessarily new. We've had it for about a year now, but Garmin has a kicker pilot that is absolutely amazing. I know a lot of people probably have heard of the TR1 Gold. And I think a lot of the Great Lakes guys know, but Garmin did buy TR1 Gold. And so we're able to kind of rework that. And now we're able to put our Garmin autopilot onto, a wider variety of motors and years and stuff like that. And so we've got an amazing kicker pilot that can pair with your chart plotter. It's got a bunch of different patterns kind of like pre-put in there. It's easy to set up, easy to load. So we've got a great kicker pilot, but then of course, actual autopilots for your motors, whether you have, I mean, it's pretty much endless. I mean, if you have an outboard, you have an inboard, you got twins, you got Volvo, I mean, whatever you happen to have, I mean, Garmin has an autopilot for it. Very good autopilots. You can follow all your tracks. It's pretty much whatever you could dream of as far as what boat you have, what motor you have, you're going to be able to find an autopilot for you for sure.
Yeah, it's a game changer. I mean, the boats I've had it on, it's I mean, any of the guys that do this professionally, it's it's a life altering experience. I know that. So
Yeah, I mean, if you do any trolling whatsoever, it's funny. I've even had guys now. It seems like it's starting to come even farther down. Let's say into smaller boats, but like I had a couple of big pontoons last year where the guys do a ton of trolling, even just for like pike and stuff. They added autopilot, and I think that's something that we'll even continue to see because they're just more readily available, more affordable, and work very flawlessly with 250, 300 horsepower engines. So it seems like there's just a lot more of them out there than there was, I guess.
yeah, definitely. I would agree with that. I think you're going to see more and more of them.
Trevor, talking pro. How about somebody who's just kind of getting into the game and they want to set their boat up for Great Lakes trolling and they want to put the units on there? Like, you've got a lot of different models and it can be kind of head spinning for a lot of people. Where would people get started as far as kind of what are some models that you think would be good for people to set their boats up with, just to kind of get their boat ready to rock and get out in the water?
Yeah, so the big question that the customer really needs to ask themselves is, do I want to buy radar or do I eventually want to run radar in the future? So when you're looking at the Garmin lineup, there's basically two different lines, and one is our GPS maps. And so those are going to be the units that go to bigger screens like that 24-inch screen, but they're also the units that are going to be able to run autopilots and radars and that sort of stuff. Okay. Then we have our Echo Map line. The Echo Maps are more my bass guys, my walleye guys, some of that kind of stuff. You're not able to hook a radar into those units. So right there, kind of, if you're looking to add a radar, even in the future, go the GPS map. And then, honestly, it's just kind of a matter of, what size screen, how much you want to spend. I mean, you can start out as small as a 7-inch, get an awesome unit. The 943 is a very popular unit, 9-inch screen. You can hook a radar into it, your autopilot. The other cool thing is all the maps are built into the Garmin units. So all the Great Lakes, all the inland waters, all that stuff is preloaded right into the head unit. So you don't have to worry about all these extra cards or all this stuff. It's already kind of preloaded in there and you're good to go. So, if I was setting up a Great Lakes boat, probably what I would do is look at adding a GPS map. That way I have the opportunity to add a radar in the future. Like I said, the 943 is a great unit. You can pair it with others in the future, networking them together. But now if you're interested in bigger screens, a lot of guys want to go at least a 10 or a 12. The 8600 is our flagship series. So 8610, 8612, those are probably the most popular that I see going into new boats nowadays. Just because people like that bigger screen, especially if you're going to try to have Panoptics on the bottom, then you want to put a map in one end and, maybe your radar in the other. So just gives you the ability to have more windows on that screen.
How about, we've been talking to a lot of people today about how COVID-19 has kind of changed the way they're able to deliver product to the market. How is that shaping up for you guys in 2021?
So one cool thing about Garmin is you got to remember Garmin is a giant company. We're a very, very large business in the fact that we do aviation, automotive, fitness, outdoor. I mean, we got bow sites. We're a large company, so we've got great buying power. We own all of our own manufacturing, all of that kind of stuff. So we fared, very well for the most part in a lot of that. But as COVID is hitting everybody in the industry, it is starting to affect us some now. And so I've seen some items that are a little bit behind, but we're able to get caught back up quickly, which has been nice. But I mean, if you're buying a new boat and you want to put product on that thing, I highly suggest you get going on that now. At least get it on order so that you're going to be able to get that product. Because it's funny, it's the small things. I've been talking to boat manufacturers that I work with and some of those people and whatnot. And, we're waiting on small pieces. It's not like we're not able to build enough. I mean, we're not, because we're missing just like one little button or one little buckle and stuff like that. Yeah. So it's just, it's interesting.
Yeah, I know it's frustrating on the manufacturing side when, You can have everything, but if you're missing that one little button, it doesn't really matter. You have everything else because you can't ship. You still can't ship that product. So,
Yeah. Well, especially being a sales guy, you're selling all this stuff, but then you can't deliver. It's like, come on.
All right. Do you have any?
I have one more question. It's actually you brought up Garmin's involved in a lot of these other areas. How have they taken information that they've learned from maybe like aviation or even hiking and kind of translated that into the fishing world?
So for sure. So there's a lot of time. So there's some cross product stuff. So we have something called InReach. And so we decided we wanted some like satellite communication type of stuff. We do great with our handhelds, but there was a company called DeLorme, which a lot of you people probably have heard of. We bought that company and kind of took their units. We're able to make a really cool InReach product. So it's like satellite communication. Well, it works awesome for elk hunting in the mountains where we have no service, but also if we go out to the middle of the Great Lakes or even out on Lake of the Woods, we got no cell phone service. Having that InReach is an awesome addition. It's something Garmin has, and you can pair it with your chart plotter. So I see a lot of that kind of like cross product stuff. You know what I mean? And then of course the engineering. So there's some stuff that we bought and we did for aviation that we're now using in the marine category. So it really kind of helps us, I think, get to new technology faster because of the amount of engineering that we have and whatnot.
Okay. My question is, and there's no shame, it's Saturday afternoon. It's beautiful. You're ice fishing, aren't you?
No, I wish. I haven't got to do much ice fishing at all.
Oh, okay. I thought you were in your side by side. I'm like, what? I bet he's sitting on the lake right now.
I'm sitting in my side by side, and I've been shed hunting all day. So
okay, that's good. That's completely acceptable. I get it. Yeah. I'm down with it for sure. So, have you found any browns?
Not yet. We just got going here this afternoon. So hopefully we'll find some when we walk the cornfield.
Cool. Chris, anything?
Perfect. Do you have anything else to add, Danny, that we didn't ask you about?
No, I mean, that's kind of the gist of it. I'd love to say come see me at sports shows, but unfortunately we don't have a lot of those going on right now. But, don't be afraid to call Garmin. You got questions. This year's just kind of a unique year. We got amazing customer support. We've got great dealers all along the Great Lakes. So, any questions you have, they can definitely get you answered and set up, and especially on rigging or live scope options for your boat, because it is so, case by case basis. So until we get to shows again, that's kind of how we got to handle it right now.
All right, there's an hour and a half of light left. Go find a big.
Thank you. Sounds good. You guys have a good day.
All right, thanks, Danny.
All right, this is Danny Thompson from Garmin, and we're going to bring Rich Hajecki back on in just a second, but we'll do a little bit of housekeeping here. The award winner for the offshore question is going to be Curtis Douglas, so he can go ahead and send us a private message. And then for Canon, we got a YouTube person, Jim Lemon. He's the winner for the Canon, so he's going to have to email me at chris@greatlakesfishingpodcast.com. And then you've got Rod Fortune. He wins the prize pack for Hughes Craft. And then for Humminbird, it's going to be Brian Peter. Again, he's another YouTube guy. So go ahead and message me at chris@greatlakesfishingpodcast.com. And I'm looking, and it looks like Richard Hajecki just stepped out of the phone booth. He's got a new shirt on.
Look at that, guys.
Back to the show.
Damn. So, of course, Andy chimed in. He's like a NASCAR driver. I mean, you knew that was coming. So.
Oh, I saw the comments.
Yeah, I know. But hey, it's what we do.
That's right.
Cool. Let's talk to Iowa.
So real quick, there was a question. I think it was Phil Rutherford was asking the model number of that transducer that I run on my boat. It is Airmars B45, and that is the one, if you are going to run a Humminbird product, that is the through hull with the fairing block that you need to purchase.
B45, okay.
The other thing is, the Daiwa products I have here to talk about today, Fish USA got them over to me, so I had some product here. If you head over to their store today or tomorrow and utilize my code, it's RH10, you will save $10 off a $50 purchase. So I want to thank the guys over at Fish USA for providing me with product and offering everybody who's watching a discount on gear.
Cool.
So we're gonna get into some Daiwa products here. I've been running Daiwa products since I can remember. My father had us out there on the lake fishing at a very early age, and most of the stuff he got on the boat was Daiwa. So, I've just kind of gravitated towards Daiwa products as I've grown with the charter business and during tournaments. We'll touch upon some of the reel choices and technique specific, reels, and then we'll move into the rod choices. So I'll flip the camera real quick just to show you guys some reels.
Got it. Now you're there. Oop. We lost Rich again. We'll be back in just a second. When he flips that camera, sometimes we lose track of him. And he's back.
All right. So sorry about that, guys. Am I back on?
Yep. You're back on.
All right. So just like with the transducer segment I had last time, we're going to basically break this down into good, better, and best on the reel side from Daiwa. On the good side is Daiwa's AccuDepth reel. This is a 47 size, which is pretty much the workhorse for salmon and trout, downrigger, and dipsy fishing. Moving on is the Daiwa C-Line, which I'm sure many people are familiar with. This is the 47 size, the 57 size. On both the AccuDepth and on the C-Line, there's also a 27 size and I believe maybe a 17 size with the C-Line. So this is your better option. And moving on to your best is going to be your Saltist and your Seagate lineup. And again, this is the 30, which is comparable to a 47 size Daiwa. So on the Saltist side, they go 30, 40, 50, and then that's a 60 Seagate there. So when we're talking reel sizes on the Daiwa side, the 27 size, which I don't have here, and the 20 size Saltist, which is not here, there's a shortage of products out there in the industry, so I'm trying to work with what I have here. But on those reels, those are the reels that you're going to take to Lake Erie and use for walleye fishing. Those are the reels that you're going to come to the Great Lakes and chase brown trout with, is your 27 size or your 20 size Saltist, just because of line capacity, and that's typically the reels we'll use when targeting those fish. When you get into your downrigger and dipsy fishing, that's where you're going to start to get into these 47 size reels here. And then on the Saltist side, it's going to be your 30 size reel. Line capacity is very similar across the board there. Coming from the AccuDepth into the C-Line version, you're going to gain your tournament drag and a few more ball bearings. And then when you get up into the Saltist lineup, you've got a tournament drag, and it's built great. And like this reel right here has probably got 7 or 8 seasons on it, and I very rarely have any of these Saltist fall apart. I know one of the big complaints here is the line counter on the Saltist reel. All I can tell you is just hold on, and that may go away. Moving forward, you've got your 40 size Saltist and your 57 size C-Line. These are great for 10 colors of lead or short coppers up to 100, 150 feet. Probably one of my favorite reels for copper is the 50 size here. And what I utilize this for is anything from 200 to 300 feet of copper. So with 300 feet of copper, you can get 150 yards of 50-pound backing on there. And as you go down in feet of copper, you can get more backing on there. I've yet to be spooled with 150 yards of copper on this reel. The gear ratio on these Saltist is another reason we fish these Saltist, is because this is a 6.3 to 1 gear ratio, where when we're looking at the C-Lines, I believe they're still in that 4.7 to 5.3-ish range. So we do a lot with the Daiwa Saltist 50 when we're running sections of copper up to 300 feet. This is your Daiwa Seagate. This is a size 60. No line counter options on this reel. This reel is what we run anything from 350 to 500 feet of copper on. With 500 feet of copper, you can get 150 yards of 50-pound backing on it. 400 feet, you can get 300 yards of 50-pound Power Pro backing on it. And that's just a great reel for fishing those 4s, 450s, 500-foot coppers. And again, that does have a high-speed gear ratio. When it comes to gear ratio, I love it for certain things. For fishing long coppers, it's not a great thing. So if you're pulling spoons on a 4 or 450 copper, you're probably not going to notice the loss of power in a high-speed gear ratio reel. But when you start to pull 10 and 12-inch paddles with flies or meat rigs, that's when you're going to notice that you really don't have the power that you would probably prefer. But the nice thing is you can pick up a lot of line. So when you've got customers out there and they're getting tired and they're pumping the rod and starting to get real lazy, the high-speed gear ratio picks up a lot of that line and it allows for less slack in the water. So that's kind of the rundown on the Daiwa reels that we typically run out on the Great Lakes. Now, as far as rods go, I'm going to try and flip this back around without me losing you guys.
You're good. Still here.
Still see me?
Yep.
All right. So as far as rod choices for Daiwa, they've got a few different downrigger choices, a few different rod choices, but the rod that we typically stick with is the Great Lakes rod. It's a black and silver rod. It sort of looks like this. Okay. The nice thing about this rod is it's got a triangular foregrip, which makes it real nice for holding. So the downrigger models they make an 8-foot medium light and they make an 8-foot medium. The 8-foot medium light we run on our downriggers for spring brown trout. I like running them on for brown trout period. Whenever I'm fishing them, spring, summer, fall, the 8-foot medium light is typically the rod I'm going to go with, and that model number is GL802MLF. When I'm pulling spoons for salmon, I'll take that same 8-foot downrigger rod, but I'll use it in a medium. So that's a GL802MF, and that's just same length, just a little bit beefier rod for running spoons and flashes and flies in the top 100, 125 feet. It's a great rod. A little mushy if you're going to try and run big flashers and flies down deep. When I'm talking deeps, 175, 200, it's a little bit mushy for that. And then if you're an 8.6 guy and you like 8.6 rods, they make an 8.6 downrigger rod in that same medium action. Now for the walleye guys, they do make a telescopic inline planer board rod. I run that on my Lund for spring brown trout when I pull the offshore OR12s. I also run that when I am trolling for walleye, whether it's Bay of Quinte, Lake Erie, Oneida Lake. I'll run that rod to pull those OR12s when I'm pulling plugs for walleye. So they've got a 7.5-foot version and they've got a 8.5-foot version. Moving back to the downrigger rods, though, I forgot to mention. Sorry, I had a phone call there. They run about $49.99 is what their retail price is. The inline rods run about $70 a rod. Gypsy rod options. They make a 9, a 9.5, and a 10.5. We run the 9 and the 9.5 on the charter boat a lot, and it's just a great rod. It's got steel eyes on it. You don't have to worry about your wire cutting into it. You can run braid on it. You don't have to run a twilly tip if you don't want to. And those models run about $55 a piece. They are GL902 MHR. You want the 9.6? It's GL96, and then the 10.6 is GL106.
So you can run wire on those, Rick, without putting a twilly on there, or?
Yeah, I do. The twilly tip really is, I guess there's a big misconception on that, but yeah, it did do a little bit of damage to ceramic guides. But the big thing is, what that twirly tip does is it just gives you a nice even curve for that wire to come into the end of the rod. So, you know, as long as you're not trying to pull the wire, you have the rod standing in the rod holder and you're trying to pull the wire straight down, you're going to get a lot of resistance where the twirly tip would take that away. But I don't take the eyes off of these rods and run twirly tips at all. And I've had no issues.
Okay.
So you've got your downrigger rods, you've got your diver rods. We've talked about inlines, and then they make a lead core copper rod, which is I believe they make an 8.6 and a 9.6. They retail right around that $55 mark. They have the metal eyes again, and typically when I'm running short cores, I'll go with the 8.5, so 5.7s, maybe 10s. I'll run the 8.5, but then after that, I'm moving over to the 9-footer for my 10 color cores. Most of my coppers up to about, you know, they'll run you can run copper up to 400 or 500 feet if you want. I like it personally up to about a 3 to 350 copper. After that, it starts to get a little mushy on the fish. Just my personal preference, but that's it. And then for the guys that do like the roller rods, they have two different roller rods in the Great Lakes lineup. That's an 8.5 and a 9.5 foot version. They retail about $90 a piece. I have run those. They're just the roller rods are a heavy rod to handle, but when you're fishing wire line, those rollers really take a lot of the resistance that you get from the wire coming through the guides out of the game. So it is nice in that fact, but it's just really, it's a heavier rod to handle. And a lot of times because of those roller guides, the rod's a lot beefier, so you don't have as much forgiving. And we don't run snubbers a lot. So, you know, I like the forgiving rod a little bit on a diver rod. So that's a little bit about Daiwa. Do we have any questions?
There's one here. Chris over on YouTube asks, what's the longest copper or weighted steel you can fit on a 60 Seagate and still have a decent amount of backing? And he's running.
Yep. So I think I mentioned it's we'll run those with a 500 copper, atomic copper. I think it's 45-pound atomic copper. You can put 150 yards of 50-pound Power Pro backing on it. I have yet to be spooled on it by any salmon. I know 150 yards doesn't seem like much, especially when you're getting it out there on a planer board. But just the weight of 500 copper.
Yeah, that's a lot of drag.
You know, it tires that salmon out.
Yeah, real quick. So here's one. So I think it's easy for us to kind of take for granted what, you know, all the, you know, super specific techniques and things like that. So if somebody's new to the Great Lakes game and maybe you just sold them a boat, you know, maybe they rigged up a nice Starcraft and they're just getting into it and they say, okay, I need a 6-rod spread. Okay. Mm-hmm. What are you going to set them up with for, you know, for kind of their getting going, you know, most versatile Lake Erie, Lake Ontario, you know, maybe they're going to go back and forth. You know, I know that's a tough question, but at the same time, it is doable. And one nice thing about Great Lakes rods is they don't have to be like crazy expensive. Nope. You're going to pay a little more for reels, obviously, but how would you set them up?
Yeah, it's really not a hard question. It's very simple. And you're right. When you've got this chunk of change and you want to buy some fishing rods and reels to do this, because fishing the Great Lakes, in order to cover the amount of or the water column that the fish are in, sometimes you need, you know, a few different rods. But you know, so yeah, spend the money on the reels. I really like the C-Line lineup. So I'm probably going to stick inside that group of reels, and I'm going to tell them, you know, get a couple downrigger rods. So you run one downrigger rod on each side of the boat. I would suggest one diver on each side of the boat, and it depends on what type of water they're fishing, whether I'm going to tell them to run mono, braid, or wire. Most of the times, if you're fishing salmon and trout, it's going to be wire, just because you can achieve a much greater depth with the wire diver, or with wire line with your Dipsy diver. And then I'm going to tell them, grab two rods that you can run some inline boards with, and run some sort of junk line on there. A product I don't use because I'm so vested in copper and lead core fishing is wire line. So you can buy weights. Offshore makes weights. There's another company called Torpedo Divers that makes big weights that you can attach with OR 16 clips and run that wire at a certain depth, given the amount of line you let out. So I would probably set them up with four wire rods so they can run 2 as divers, and if they wanted to run 4 divers, they could, or utilize those other wire rods to run those weights off the side of the boat. Is what I call junk lines, which is anything but a dipsy diver or a downrigger.
And when you're talking wire, you mean like 30-pound stranded wire, braided wire, right? 7-strand type wire.
7-strand wire. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Rick, we've been talking to a lot of people about just how COVID has changed things as far as a manufacturing standpoint. And I remember last year when I last sat down next to you at the Niagara show, I bought a couple reels at the show, and it wasn't maybe 6 months later. I mean, that was in January. In the summer, I looked to buy a couple more of those. And when I looked online, they were about double of what I paid for them at the Niagara show. So what do you guys see on the horizon as far as being able to deliver on some of these reels and rods this year?
You know, the whole industry, whether it's the marine industry, electronics, fishing equipment, everything is pretty much in the same boat. When COVID hit, we had no idea. I mean, the boss had hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of boats ordered up, and we were sitting here sweating about it. Next thing you know, we can't get a boat in stock. You know, like I mentioned earlier with Fish USA, they provided a lot of these reels that I have laying here, but they were out of a lot of SKUs. And talking with the Dio rep last week, he mentioned that, it's just going to be a little bit of time to get caught up because it starts from the bottom up where the suppliers can't supply the parts, and then, the manufacturers can't build the reels. And it really it's the whole supply chain has really just been slowed down by this whole COVID thing. So everything's trying to get caught up, but the issue really is the demand for it. Everybody is finding this new hobby of fishing, or maybe they're getting back into it. And so the demand's just been through the roof.
It's funny, as fishermen, we're supposed to be patient, but I found that that's not really the case.
What I'm telling a lot of customers when it comes to electronics and whatnot, it's like, they're like, when do you think you have it? I go, what you got to do is you got to put your money down and put your name on it, because when it gets into the factory or the distributor, the minute it hits the shelf, there's already orders against it, and it's going out, and they're back on back order again. So get your name on that. And if the place you're buying your tackle from allows back orders, which I know I've had some back orders at Fish USA, get your name on it. So the minute it hits the shelf, it's coming to your house.
Yeah, probably good advice.
You've got that offer code through Fish USA on Daiwa products. You go ahead and share that with the audience again and what the deal is there.
Yeah, it's just not on Daiwa products, it's Fish USA in general. But if you head over there the rest of today or tomorrow and use RH10 at the checkout, Fish USA will discount $10 off of a $50 purchase. So a little bit of discount from those guys over there, and they're great, man. If you ever order stuff from them, and I order a ton. I wish my wife, every time she gets home from work, she's like, "You got another Fish USA box." But their shipping is so fast. When they have the product in stock, it's at your door within 2 days. So that's a great feature.
Awesome. Thanks, Rick, so much for spending so much time with us today. You were a frequent flyer, and I know you were in the comments earlier in the day today as well. So just appreciate you stopping in and spending time with us on our show today.
Yeah, well, I'm going snowmobiling now, so you guys have fun, and maybe we'll hook back up in the springtime, go do a little brown trout fishing. You guys should come out here and do that.
You better ride quick, because I can tell you it's going away fast. So
yeah, I know.
Cool.
Enjoy it.
Thanks, Rick.
Thank you.
All right, guys, see it.
All right, next guest I see is already ready to rock, and he's been watching for a little bit there. And there he is. He's in the witness protection program today, folks.
Pretty much.
If you're Ross Robertson, that's how you have to roll.
I was gonna say. I mean, it's like, yeah.
Does he have the pixelated voice?
He's got a face for radio.
Hey, I got 2 things to tell you. People watch YouTube because I launched my boat today. We were talking about ice fishing. Everything's gone, and I actually went and did about an hour's worth of break-in on my new motors, and some guy yells, "Hey, where's Country Steve at?" So if anybody watches the YouTube stuff, they know about Country Steve, and that's kind of funny. But I got a bone to pick with you guys. You guys put me last because you said that you were worried about the Facebook police, and I feel like do something good.
No, you said that was your request because you were supposed to be guiding today, and so we obliged your request.
I appreciate that.
We just added to the backstory.
The one thing, this actually is starting to feel like a sports show though, because I can't remember the last time I had to go to the bathroom that bad. I mean, but it was probably the last show I worked in December of 19 is what I think. So
yeah, we both had to take shifts there while Rick was showing off the reels and running over to the restroom quickly.
So we're bringing you. So other than just trading insults, the real reason we had you come on is to talk about Simms. You've been working with the folks over at Simms. They've made some big pushes into all fishing. I mean, they started as I believe they started as a fly fishing company. They've made some big pushes into bass fishing and follow weather gear and things like that. And that's why we wanted to talk to you here as the finale of this little experiment we're doing. So talk to us about Simms.
Well, I think, the biggest thing, because as a guide, I fish a couple hundred days a year with people from all walks of life. And if there's one thing that we can control that guide clients or just people, even family, friends, that they don't do a good job of, it's having the proper dress. And, I think the outerwear is the primary thing on that, right? If you don't have a good something to keep you dry and keep the wind off you, you're going to have a miserable day. And the funny thing to me is as many people, I've got people from all walks of life. Like I said, people that life's been really, really good to them and guys just getting by, and there's budgets, for all of those people, but you have to have something. And the better the outerwear you can afford, the better you're going to be. And I think it's just like buying lawnmowers or batteries or anything else. If you spend a little more and get some good stuff, you're going to have it a lot longer and it's going to perform a lot better. And it just always kills me that people think, well, I can't spend that much, even whether if it's $100 set or, some of the top end stuff that Simms has is, it's not just for fishing. I don't care if you're going to a football game, you're going outside, whatever it is. Having that good outerwear, it isn't just for fishing and stuff. And I think that's a big mistake that people make. I don't know if you guys agree with that, but.
Yeah, I know. I see it. I mean, actually, I've been going through it in some of my own, like my hunting clothing. It's like, man, I mean, it's an investment. There's no question about that. But, I know like, I think even like within the hunting industry, you're seeing a lot more solids, solid colors versus camo, just because, when you're spending that much money on a garment, maybe I do want to wear it fishing, or I do, want to wear it, somewhere, not just hunting. So I think that's probably a pretty legitimate point, is, you might be getting more use than just, dedicated for just one thing. So.
And with that, some of the ladies in our lives, right, they're always like, hey, you can't wear that out, you can't wear this. And that's one thing that Simms has done, is they've really kind of fashioned up their stuff a little bit, so you don't have those kind of bulky looking jackets. Things are going to a slightly more athletic cut, if you will, I think is the term. But Simms actually this week released the CX series, which is really, really cool because it's definitely colored. Like you said, there's something you could wear out. People wear this stuff skiing, for example. But the big thing, like with the CX series in particular, is it's like stretch fabric. It's a whole new kind of revolutionary use of materials. And it's really nice because if you're casting or doing things active, like I said, skiing or just out and about, or any outside activities, it's just a lot more comfortable. You don't feel like you're wearing a big overcoat, but yet the stuff is super, super water repellent and, just really flexible. And it just looks a lot better. Like you don't feel like a goon wearing it out.
Can you talk about some of the technical fabrics, Ross? As far as with the laminates they're using and things like that?
Yeah, Gore-Tex is one of them that I think everybody kind of knows, right? They've got, God, you put me on the spot here. They've got the stuff that they use in the Challenger series. I'm pulling a blank on the actual name of the material, but
We're going to try and pull in the website here right now, actually, to help us.
yeah, so I don't look so silly. But you know, there's different grades. Like in the rain gear, for example, I'm gonna call the Pro Dry the top shelf, and that's Gore-Tex. It's double taped seams. You know, the way that they do everything, even in the cut, so that water is repelling and not having a place to go and sit in. In the middle of that now is like this, what I'm going to call the CX series, which is that newer stuff we just talked about. And then you've got the Challenger series as far as, you know, again, with budget and with the waterproofing material. It starts with a K. I'm just pulling a blank. If you look under the Challenger, under like rain gear, under men's there.
We're looking at the CX stuff here right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely some good looking stuff for sure. I mean,
but you know, I think one of the biggest things that I would try to tell, because everybody's doing a lot of online shopping, right? I mean, that's just, whether it's getting a deal or finding the exact size and color. I mean, as you guys scroll through that, you can see there is just a ton of stuff there. And I think for me, some stuff that I could maybe help with, you know, right now would be like, you know, Fish USA carries literally like every Simms item, but yet you don't know exactly, like on soft shells. Like I love the soft shell jackets. You know, it's basically kind of like an outer, like a heavier duty hooded jacket, right? The Rogue jacket is amazing. The Rogue hoodie. I just absolutely love it, but it's cut a little bit big. So I like that to layer. You know, I wear that in my shop. I wear that underneath stuff when I'm going to be putting heavier things on, like a vest or something. I'm really big with vests too, because then I get a lot more warmth without having the bulk. But the Rogue hoodie is amazing, but it's cut a little bit bigger, or if you're a bigger guy, but it allows me to wear more insulation underneath. I get cold easy, got low circulation, so I like having a lot extra warmth. Where when you look at like the Catafront hoodie, it's very, very similar, but the sleeves are cut and tapered down more, and there's a little more of a waterproofing in it. So, you know, you're dipping your hands in the live oil, stuff like that, but you're not going to be able to layer as much, you know, and that's something that doesn't really pop off on the website. But one thing that we're doing at Fish USA is we're actually putting videos up of all of these different clothing items and trying to, you know, say to people, hey, this particular item runs a little bit big. This one runs a little small. Basically just what I was telling you. Some of those features, we're trying to give you kind of a 360 look because it's so difficult. You know, I mean, it's just like the girls, you know what I mean? They go buy stuff and they return half of it because it doesn't look good on them or the cut is a little bit different. Even from series to series, those things are going to change a little bit. But, you know, vests are really big. I probably own 3 or 4 Simms vests of different types. That's a great layer to have or to keep in the boat, you know, if you think you may be getting cold, because again, you can still have some dexterity, still move around, but yet get that actual, you know, warmth around your guts.
Yeah, Ross, we kind of gone through some of this stuff, and you brought up something a second ago. You're talking about ladies and what they want. Simms has some women's stuff out as well, and I think that's again something that we're seeing more and more is people want to go out together as a family and do these things. And you know, if you've got this really nice piece of clothing that performs well, the person that you're out there with wants the same thing. So you touch a little bit on the women's line.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Women and youth as well, both of those. I mean, you know, it kind of sidestepping slightly for a second, you know, in the boat, it's amazing how many guys I see show up and they are decked to the nines and top shelf stuff. And then they've got their poor wife there and she just looks like she's going to be a drowned rat because she doesn't have her stuff. Well, that's really not an excuse anymore. The women's and like I said, youth too. Simms, I can't say for sure, but I definitely know they're one of very few companies that have women's waders. And let's just face it, you know, the women need a different cut than the guys do with waders. And that's a really, really big one, I know, with those guys. And yeah, I mean, there you go. And a lot of the jackets, you know, sometimes it's color, right? But also the cut. I mean, you know, me and Chris, Trevor, we're all big dudes. We're going to wear different stuff than most ladies. So that cut just needs to be different. So it's fashion, but it's also the cut, I think.
Yeah, the shrink it and pink it doesn't work anymore. As far as, you know, I think that was like men's approach to designing women's clothing in the past, and also think about it this way too. I mean, when you look at this gear as an investment, you know, if you want people to go with you, you're going to have. I mean, they're going to want good gear. I mean, they're not going to have a good experience if they're, you know, if it doesn't fit right and it's not keeping them dry, not keeping them warm. I mean, you know, of all the things you can spend money on, that's probably one of the ones that gets overlooked the most, in my opinion. So.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, Simms has, I mean, they have everything from wallets to belts and everything between. But I think, to me, if I was telling somebody that doesn't own some Simms clothing or hasn't, you know, is looking for clothing just in general for outdoor stuff, I would say their outerwear. I really like their shorts. I like their long pants. You know, the Guide Series long pants are something that I wear literally almost every day. I probably own 10 pair of the khaki ones. That's kind of just, it's my uniform, if you will. But there's a lot of things that are similar, you know, so I would say, yeah, there you go. They got the flyweight zip offs. There's quite a few different things in there that I really like. But the outerwear, if you were to pull or use for an entire season 10 different jackets or 10 different rain gears, you will see, I firmly believe that there was no labels on them. At the end of the year, just about 9 out of 10 of those people would suggest that the Simms was the best, even not knowing that it was Simms. Their outerwear is just phenomenal. And it's really important for a guy like me that, you know, just does a lot of foul weather fishing. Truthfully, I know even guys at Simms, when I order the different jackets and the things that they see me in, they're like, man, do you even have any of our warm weather stuff? You know, you think about it as a guide, like right now, I was on the lake today, the water temp was 34 degrees on the surface, the wind's blowing. I probably spend, you know, 3 out of 4 days in cold weather or cool weather while I'm fishing, you know, whether it's ice fishing or the spring or the fall. The summer is a relatively small window. And even then in the summertime, half the time I'm wearing something.
Right. You got bikinis on the beach and snowmobile suits out on the lake, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm going to leave that one alone.
Well, it's the nature of the Great Lakes, cold water, warm beaches. How's that?
There you go. But I think the cut on things is important. And, you know, that's what we're doing with Fish USA is we're putting these videos up so we can hopefully help, you know, somebody with their purchase and lead them into the right item. Like I said, they make several soft shell jackets or layer jackets. But each one is really the features and the cut are just a little bit different. And depending on how you're built, that may make a big difference. I mean, I'm a guy that needs a tall size on a lot of things. So like the new redesigned Challenger series, they have an insulated jacket that is really nice. And I can tell you as a guy that really needs tall, got really long wingspan, that jacket does a much better job than anything else that I've seen. So, you know, that insulated Challenger series is something that's what I was wearing today. Most of the year I'm wearing the Pro Dry because that is flat out the best rain suit on the market. Although this CX is something that I think is definitely going to be in my boat because if you're casting or actively doing things, that stretch fabric and the way that it's cut is really, really nice. I was lucky enough to get a sneak peek at that stuff. And I know that that's going to get worked into my lineup for sure.
Well, you can't tell it right now, you know, because of the camera feed that we've got. But you're a red-haired guy. Can you tell us about sun protection? Yeah, there you go. A little bit of ginger there.
Yeah, I definitely can. The one thing that I've done for a number of years, and I'm wearing the hoodies, the sun hoodies. I'm sure you can find a picture of them up there. The cool thing, what I really like about Simms, I don't know for a fact, but they must sell really well because I see them everywhere and they just keep adding colors upon colors. The hooded microfiber shirts, like I think you just went by one right there, the Solar Flex hoodie. They make that in just a plethora of colors, from solid to some of those print colors and then some of those bi kind of colors like that. Yeah. That right there and a hot day is an absolute game changer. And the one thing I really like about them compared to some of the ones that I've had in the past is, you know, some of the sponsor companies that I work with, they send them to me with their logos on, just a generic shirt or whatever. A lot of those other ones I've worn in the past, the hoods aren't really worth anything because you almost have to literally like wear a sweatband or look like Richard Simmons or something to keep the hood up. Where the cut on the Solar Flex hoodies is like perfect. It doesn't annoy you. It doesn't pull, but it stays over your hat. So yeah, like you said, I mean, I'm part ginger a little bit. So as much time as I spend out in the sun, it's amazing that, you know, not having to reapply to your ears. I mean, most mornings I'm going to put sunscreen on. but we don't reapply enough. I mean, that's this like public service announcement. None of us do. And it gets washed off or worn off. I mean, if you technically look at it on average day, we're supposed to reapply 2 more times. That just doesn't happen. I mean, it just really doesn't. So for me, I don't have to be as greasy, get all that stuff in my pores. I usually have one of those hoods up. Anybody that watches my social media stuff, I mean, almost anytime when it's 60 and above, I have one of those on. I even wear them underneath to layer, underneath some of my warmer stuff.
Yeah, I think as we all get a little bit older, it's important to. It'd be so easy to throw insults at you right now, just because that's what we typically do with each other. But no, I think in all seriousness, we want to fish for as long as we possibly can in our lives. So like simple things like that, like protecting ourselves in the sun, actually is something that's in all seriousness pretty important to make sure that we're able to enjoy the things we love to do for as long as humanly possible.
Trevor, me and you aren't that far apart in age, and I think when
here we go,
young guys,
here we go.
I could even say a kid. With the guys in the sporting industry, I can remember like Jose Wahebe. You see half the pictures with him, the dude didn't have his shirt on. And
right.
Now the cool thing to do is to be bundled up like a mummy. I mean, you look at all the guys, and I wear the neck gaiters. I mean, I fought that for a little bit. But I believe in the neck gaiters so much that I always have a couple of them in my glove box just in case I forget one. There's one.
It's just a smart thing to. Yep, for sure.
It's a no-brainer. Even when I'm making a big run, let's say I'm making a half an hour to an hour run or something in or out, I always pull that thing up, and it covers those places that you don't get to reapply, the stuff where it can be bad. And even my dad was fair skinned. I got that nice gene from him, and he had things cut out of him. And when you see that, I'll tell you what, you don't. It's definitely not as cool. That's for sure.
It's not something to play around with, and we've got this gear now. So I mean, it's pretty foolish not to use it and not to protect yourself from the
same thing in the wintertime, like right now. I mean, it's so cold as all get up out there. I was wearing today I can't remember the name of it because it's so new, but they have a wool neck gaiter, Simms does, and I know one of the mornings in ice fishing when we were guiding, we forgot the neck gaiter. Unfortunately, I always carry an extra one inside my inside jacket pocket, but I didn't bring my original one, and I found out really quick because it's amazing what that does for sealing in the warmth also when you're going down the lake when it's cold. So even if it's not a sun thing, it's amazing. And guys in your neck of the woods, of course, will still be ice fishing for several weeks, if not damn near a month. And that's the time I've been burnt the worst personally, was when I was ice fishing.
Late ice. Yeah.
That late ice stuff is just brutal. You get the reflection. You don't realize what you're getting. It's often much more sunny than it is in the wintertime, and you can get roasted. So you guys that are still ice fishing, make sure you throw in some type of sun gaiter or neck gaiter, or you're going to get roasted.
Ross, we've been talking sun, but earlier in the show, we were talking cold weather. And one of the things with cold weather, we all think of wearing our coats and hats and stuff over our face, but hands are really important too. If our hands are cold, we're not going to be comfortable, period. Can you tell us a little bit about the gloves?
I do 2 things with gloves. I guess 3 things depending on, because, once your hands get cold, you can't function good. And obviously as a fishing guy, that's not a good thing. And I've built up a little bit of a tolerance because I work outside so much. But I like to wear some of the really light gloves. Like Simms has some fingerless wool gloves. They have some that have, there you go, the ones on the upper right there with the leather palms, the lightweight wool flex glove. Those are really, really nice. You can work your phone with the fingertip touch deal, but they also peel back. So your thumb and your index finger there can pull back to work intricate things if you're tying a knot, let's say. So I like to wear gloves like that, and they have some like that are completely fingerless. And then I'll wear like an oversized mitten. So let's say you normally would wear like a large size mitten or something for snowmobiling or what have you. Yeah, like those Gore-Tex extreme foldovers right there. I'll wear an extra large, whatever like one size bigger is, because I'm going to wear that wool glove underneath. And so I'll take that when I'm driving or I'm just chilling or hanging out, and when it's really cold, and then I can take those mittens off really fast. and they've got a couple different types of mittens you can do that with. And then I've still got some warm, so I don't have that air on my hands. And I usually carry a couple pairs of those wool gloves in my jacket and inside zipped up, because once they get wet, I usually just kind of put them in that mesh pocket inside. You know, at night I dry them out leave them out to air dry, and we're good to go. But a couple of those make a big, big difference, so I can still function when it's really, really nasty.
Ross, anything about Simms that we didn't ask you about that you wanted to talk about today?
I would say the big thing is look at some of their accessories. There's a lot of things in there that they have that are really unique, because like I said, John Simms founded the company. He was a fly fishing guide, and they have and you look at their pro staff, I mean, they're a stacked group of guys, and they listen. They have these summits. They get together with their guys and ask a lot of input, and they make a lot of changes. And those features really show. It's just not a rain jacket with 2 pairs of pockets. When you start looking at some of their button-down shirts, even on the bottom of them, they have a little cloth sewn into it, so you can't lose it. You can't rip it up or tear it up. That's meant just to clean your sunglasses. You know, the same thing on the Challenger jackets and the Pro Dive. There's a little clip-out thing in there inside to wipe down your sunglasses. Things down to that detail really make a difference. And yeah, they're a little bit more money than other options. They're definitely not the cheapest on the market, but it's something kind of like a good pair of sunglasses. You tend to take care of it better. You'll use it every single day. I use my rain gear literally every single day, whether it's raining or I'm just trying to stay warm or keep the wind off me. So their outerwear and their accessories, while other things are great, I think those are absolutely top notch.
Perfect. Cool. Ross Robertson from Big Water Fishing. You run a guide service. You're a charter captain, but you also have an awesome YouTube channel and a really, really engaging podcast. So you want to talk about that for a minute?
Yeah, fishing, guiding is how we learn a lot of our stuff, right? I've been guiding for over 20 years, and it's how we get our learning about what these jackets and all these features and things that we need by spending all that time out there. But I do a lot of media work, working with companies just like Fishhawk. We help to design the X2. So all that time that we spend in the water is important, but we like to have fun too. And, you guys kind of alluded, I don't mind being a little bit of a character, because that's just me. And on that YouTube stuff, that allows us to go a little farther, and, having people on the podcast, the Big Water podcast, I'd like to think that we ask questions and go places that not too crazy, but definitely farther than what most other people go and do. So we really, in the last couple of years, have been plugging that, YouTube channel and the podcast, and really just a lot of other stuff. We're writing for Meat Eater, Outdoor Life, Field and Stream, and Fisherman, things like that. Actually do a monthly column with Fisherman and Meat Eater, and trying to get that stuff out there to help you guys catch more fish, but also have a little bit of fun, because I think sometimes these fishing guys get a little too serious about themselves.
Awesome. You got anything else for Ross?
I don't think so, man. Is there the ice is gone now? Is that right?
Yeah, no. I wanted to, normally when I break in my boat, I try to go to lunch on one of the island restaurants, a lot of my buddies have there. And there's basically like a fortress around the islands. So there's a lot of places you can't go. I actually took some pictures, some giant icebergs that were drug up on a reef there. I'm sure moving that reef around a little bit. But you can get out. I was just trying to put some hours on the boat. Things kind of deteriorated just in the last couple of days. There were some guys that were doing some crazy ice fishing stuff, but we pulled the plug a few days ago. Like you said, you were kind enough to let me go last year, because I thought for sure that I was still going to be on the ice with the way that the forecasts were. But a little bit of a warm up and a whole lot of wind changed that for sure.
Yeah, it kind of came fast and went fast, and so if you do get out there, and even when you're out there in the boat, that water's cold, be careful. And thanks for joining us this afternoon.
Yeah. Everybody check out bigwaterfishing.com. Same thing, Big Water Fishing on YouTube. Like I said, my podcast, all that other stuff. We're here to teach you a little bit about fishing, or at least maybe sometimes what to do, maybe not what to do, but learning different things, and then also just having a little bit of fun. Because like I said, I kind of like having a little fun.
Yeah, we all need a little fun right now, I think so.
For sure.
For having me on.
Have a great rest of your weekend. All right. That's it.
Is that a wrap?
If I had a fork, I'd stick the fork in this right now. I think we're done.
Cool. That was fun.
It was fun. It's we were getting up and stretching while people were talking.
Yeah.
I think it was a long day, and I know a lot of people stayed with it for just about the whole day. It was cool seeing some of the comments from this morning and the same names this afternoon. So just want to thank everybody for coming out and watching. And I know some people were in and out and some people just watched for a little bit, but I know there's also a lot of people stuck around. And also thanks to everybody who came on the show. I mean, this was kind of like one of those weird things. And they said, yeah, we'll do it, you know? So I think there was a little bit of a leap of faith by everybody there to come on and go on the show.
Yeah, for sure. Let us know what you like. Let us know what you didn't like. Is this something we want to do more of? Hey, again, I appreciate everybody that did watch. And the beauty of it is this stuff will live forever on the interweb, and so they can catch segments that they missed or
for sure
rewatch it, whatever. Tons of information, and you can't. There's only so much you can do in these 20-minute segments. Right. But again, this is just we meant this to just be something that replicates walking around the aisles of a show the best we can. We know we can't recreate it completely, but hey.
Everybody got a chance to give their elevator pitch. Essentially.
the 15-second pitch. Yeah, exactly. So, cool.
Thanks, everybody. Really appreciate it. And we'll be chunking this up and kind of putting it out there over the next really few months, actually. We'll put it out, a lot of these segments up on the Great Lakes Fishing Podcast. We'll just use it as Facebook stuff and as YouTube stuff too. We'll chunk it up and kind of put everybody's segment out there. So just want to thank everybody and hope you guys enjoyed it. And we'll see a lot more of it as we go. Take care. Have a great rest of your weekend. And we'll see you again probably, right? Okay. See ya.
Thanks.